Hello everyone, welcome to the stream, welcome to another little session of Elden Ring. And today we continue with snow stuff. We check out the new patch that just came out, I already downloaded it. And yeah, maybe if I would, where's my screen? Here. Come on. Should see the version number down at the bottom right. It says app version 1.03, that is a patch. Liberation version 1.03.1. Previously it was 1.02. I just checked it. I even made a backup of the old release version just out of curiosity. So I could in theory play it in offline mode if I would want to. Kind of interesting. They already noticed, or yes, many noticed already, they nerfed some of the OP stuff, which is good. And they also nerfed a lot of the speedrunning threads, but so far as I'm aware, some of the speedrun, like Distortion 2 or so, is quite happy about this nerf and this change that the basically the speedrun routes changed, because it wasn't that fun, I think. So we are clocking at 143 hours here. We pumped in a lot of time into this game. No, I pumped into a lot of time into this game. And yeah, it still feels like I'm still nowhere close to the end of it. But yeah, we might try out some progress today. They fixed certain NPCs in the game. So for one, there is one NPC in the game that seemed to have like a quest line that is completed. When we checked him out first, that's the gatekeeper from Stormvale Castle. I checked this in the patch note. I should do this differently, else I will never find him. Stormvale Castle. Here, with also a change, which I appreciate. Kind of. Like, this is maybe okay-ish, but a bit much. But whatever, we talk about this in a moment. So let me do like a little backup here of the save. Let me call it something patch something. Patch 1.103. That should work. I hope everything else is working on stream. Like, you have sound, you hear the in-game stuff, you see a picture, you hear me. That should be fine, I guess. Hope you people had a good day, and we're doing well. Like, this guy, and this is the corpse of Godric the Grafted, right? Yeah, Godric is his name. There's like Godwyn, Godfrey, and Godroy and whatnot. Names are a bit too similar for my taste, to be honest. Makes it difficult to differentiate. It's just too many NPCs anyway. So it seems like, I'm not sure if they just added content to this. It wasn't there before, or if they fixed it was maybe all generally bugged, or they disabled it because something of the quest that wasn't working well, and they hadn't time to finish, so they deactivated it, and now it's possible again. But we haven't killed him. We tried out what happens if you do, and just load the save state, just I think, because there was the rumor that he he was once a merchant and he sells Arteria leaves for 200 or so, so we wanted to get those.
Now, I suppose I'm free. I can do whatever takes my fancy. Can I, mate? Now I can I?
Yes, I think that's true. Okay, nothing changes. That's a bit disappointing, to be honest.
Now I can I?
Okay. So it seems like there's not much going on. Another thing I wanted to check is the first step bonfire, because there was not much talk about in the patch notes about stuttering and stuff. Because I'm very curious. I have to admit, it seems to run better though. Sorry for the spinning. It's also night. Usually my problems are at daytime. So maybe we go back to the bonfire and check the morning setting. Okay, there was a frame stutter. At least feels so far that it got a bit better, to be honest. Yeah, I have to admit, it really seems like it got a bit better. There's the other NPCs we could check out. I'm not sure what's going on with those. They also nerfed some stuff and some bugs. For example, there's this one blade of night and day flame, whatever it was called this year, of night and flame. This they nerfed. Reduce the damage of the skills so far. Speaking of skills, I can just use my horse, right? I have to say that the heavy attack and just riding towards someone, just hitting him with the heavy attacks, kind of fun. Can the horse get out of the running mode? So we have this, and now we have another NPC in the world. There was also a bug that Bog vanishes. We had this once, and I basically had to reload a save state to get this back to working. They also nerfed some enemies. I think they nerfed Radan's bow shots and some of his attack damage values, which I think is fair, but my complaint was not his damage output, except for maybe one. But not in the bow phase, it was that it existed in the first place. It was just, in my opinion, terribly designed. Not very fun. Aha, here we have Ortide and we have Canis there. Kind of interesting that they added now this little symbol everywhere. I have to say I like it's not bad, don't get me wrong. Can you turn that off? Just out of curiosity. Doesn't look like you can turn it off. Then I'm not the hugest fan of it, to be honest, because we spent so much time making all those markings and trying to memorize where everything is, and now you just get like a little indicator that makes this obsolete. I'm not sure if I like that change. Of course, it makes it more accessible. That is fine, I think, in of itself. Dude, stop screaming and then running away from me. Right here, Canis, I think was his name, was also on the list. So maybe he now has two some new lines or so.
I must begin my search post haste. I must begin my search post haste for a true and stalwart lord of the proper lineage to take the reins of Limgrave.
Okay, so far nothing happens here. You always do that. Map. Go to the round table and talk to Nefali, Neflu, whatever his first name was. Something with Nefali, something like this.
In this ash, it reminds me.
Okay, so far when it comes to the patch, nothing has changed. For my version here. Maybe we have to. Maybe it is only when you start a new game or so. That would be unfortunate, to be honest. Add a function to record an icon on the name of NPCs on the map you encounter. But it seems like you can't deactivate it. Added new quest phases for the following NPCs. Dialos Nefeli was her name. Nefeli Luke, Kenneth Hyde, and Gatekeeper Ghost-Dog. Add some summonable NPCs. Increase the number of patterns of objectives. Added night background music for some open field areas. Basically what was added. Some balancing changes. So far, it seems, for me at least, these quests did not change dialogues or anything. I mean, we could travel back and forth.
It reminds me.
She's still there. Nothing happens with her. I don't know. If there's something I'm missing, can't really tell you. We could maybe... I'm not sure if it's a good idea, but it's definitely a quest. We could go here to this dude and give him the stuff. We have 7 now. Wow, that's a lot.
I'm not sated. Feed me more death.
Oh, we got stuff for it. Bestial Sling.
I'm not sated. Feed me more.
Let's Partial vitality.
Strange. There's something else. But the death yet quenches. Bring more.
Beast Roar. That's pretty cool. That's bad. Oh, come on. How did this hit me here behind this massive pillar? Oh, he does. Sorry, management of doom. Like, it was unfair that he kicked me out of my stuff there. I would have healed, and because I hate when stuff like this happens. It's always a bit frustrating. Reduce my inventory management here. What? Delayed attack. Oh, come on. Delayed attacks. Maybe just throw it a bit faster. I don't know his attacks. There's a lot of attacks, so... God, I forget to select my souls again. Hey, why is he not locked in game? What? Eh. I meant to save, so... I'm very curious what exactly is going on there. Round table. Where we talk to everyone? Talk to the NPC again.
It reminds me of... It reminds me...
No idea. So far nothing happened there. It was the last NPC we checked. There's also Dialos in the volcano manor, but that we disbanded, so no idea where he is now. Just think for a moment. This. Yes, also. His name is Gurak Beast Clergyman. We do this again.
Feed me.
There's one.
Feed me.
Vitality.
Strange, but the deaths bring more.
Beast Roar, okay. Now it becomes aggressive. Why is he not locked in again? There's a attack coming. Or didn't come out. Hard to hit.
Put it away. I won't forget. Again. My appetite. My sin. So please. Enough. Put it away. I won't mind. So please.
Somebody fixed all the pillars. I would like to try to see his face, but that never works.
I won't forget. Again. Mine appetite. My sin. I must have more. I must consume more.
Beast Claw, that's his thing that he just did.
More. I am not sated. Feed me more death. My thanks tarnished. Death, my sin, should not be touched by the hand of man. I shall grant thee my claws. Feed me more.
Stone of Gorang. Can maybe read some of those really quick. A lot of spells. Beast Claw. Incantation taught by Gurak the Beast Clergyman creates beast claws that rend the land with shock waves, charging enhances potency. This incantation represents the fury of Gurthang, his bestial nature returned as much as it does his restless agitation. Swiftly fling a number of sharp rock shards. This incantation can be cast without delay after performing another action. Oh, that's cool. It is said that in the time before the Erd Tree stones were the first weapons of the beasts who had gained intelligence. Holds a boulder before the caster. This incantation can be cast repeatedly. Long ago, Gorang was a beast of such terrifying ferocity that his former name meant death of the demigods. Beast of such terrifying ferocity that his former name meant death of the demigods. Beast vitality. That's an interesting spell actually. It needs 12 faces. Face. Incantation taught by Gorang the Beast Clergyman. Fills the body with bestial vigor, restoring HP over a period of time. Having gained intelligence, the beast must have felt how their wildness slipped away as civilization took hold. Okay, so we have not that much Death Root left, I think. Two.
I won't forget. I must have more.
Beast Claw Great Hammer. Okay, that sounds interesting. Beast Claw. So we get free stuff for giving him stuff, and sometimes he gets angry and then calms down again or whatever. Great Hammer with a striking end model to resemble 5 beastly claws. The black nails protruding from golden fur are said to represent Sarosh, Lord of Beasts, who went to become King Godfrey's regent. Regal beast claws slam the hammer to the ground, rending the land asunder with the armament's 5 bestial claws. Sounds strong.
I won't forget. I must.
Gorang's Beast Claw. That is the AoE I think he did. Likes Dragon Bolt. We also didn't check this. From the maddening 3 fingers, then the caster latches onto foe, spreading the madness and condition of the cause build up of madness in the caster, and it's only a finger against tarnished. Who gaze into another's eyes is truly the most inmate form of human contact. Incantation of Vike, Knight of the Round Table. I think we read this, right? Summons a red light bolster, caster's body, and the armament held in the right hand. Enchantments with lightning affinity attacks increases maximum equipment load. Enchants armament with lightning affinity attacks and increases maximum equipment. How lightning damage negation will be reduced. However, lightning damage negation will be reduced. Of all the knights, Vike the Dragon Spear was the one Lasena loved the most. Beast Sling we read. This we read, the Beast Claw. Superior incantation taught by Gurang, the Beast Clergyman. Creates beast claws that rend surroundings with shockwaves. Long ago, Gurang was a beast of such terrifying ferocity that it former... Okay, we read this. It's pretty much a similar statement than this here. It's actually learnable. Well, we didn't try to rest at the bonfire. I still need some more. Questions. Wait, how many do we need more for him to be complete? Pretty strange quest line though, I have to admit. I would hope that he would give us a bit more information besides feed me more. It might be really difficult to find out where the okay, would have not... I've checked what we might have missed. There is... tennis. We have these catacombs that we might have I've not explored yet, I think. Let me just, out of curiosity, where exactly it is. Like, it would have been too difficult to find it. We maybe would have found it by accident, but just for completeness sake, I don't want to waste like hours searching for it. It seems like we overlooked. We got a total of 8, it seems there are 9. This elevator has like a really long way. Just out of curiosity, where is this place here exactly? Can't fully remember. Ah yeah, I remember. Do I remember? Ah yeah, we came here by using this pillar above me. Yeah, I remember this place. Yep. Okay. Hieroglyph. We just teleport down. It's probably faster. Tell me a hero grave. Oh, that sounds like fun. Might be a bigger dungeon. It also is lit differently. It's reddish, which is unusual. Oh no. That is. Okay, it's also a reuse. We had a dungeon like this already. Nonsensical. Why doesn't it go completely down? This is just far too close, chat. If maybe like, why does it need to be so tight? It was really tight. I think you have to wait basically and let it stop. What is this nonsense, chat? By the way, one shot. Why does it have to be so short? Well done, Skillet. Thanks. Wow. You know what? It's smarter to switch this out because damage is potentially not our problem in this place here. No, it's one of those. like his knife in the set, so it's kind of fun. The question I have, chat, though, is... And it's always a difficult question to ask in these dungeons. Much more dangerous than I anticipated. No. Oh, come on, game. That is just cheating, next level cheating. That's just bad. Didn't see that there was like a whole walk this thing. Awesome. Now we have a bit more time. Maybe not. There was like a thing you can drop down too. I'm not sure where we should go first though. Probably a bit unfortunate. Bad news for you. Could try to drop on this beam there, but I'm not sure how much sense that would make. We have more time if we just do it like this here. Where do we have to go, chat? Go over there, right? That is the actual path. get our stuff back, which is good. Okay, it does never go deeper than. Ringed finger. Okay, what is that? I think it's a talisman. Always the same, like I think, oh, it's a talisman. Was my first impression. I noticed, no, it was not. The item or something. Also got the Beast's Roar, this one here. The Beast's Roar. Beast's Roar unleash a Beast's Roar rending the air as forward traveling projectile. As a forward traveling projectile, usable on all melee armaments. Need to have this. Okay, it is a hammer. I did not expect a hammer. Bludgeon made of an enormous finger sheathed in several heavy rings. Thought to have been cut from an ancestor of the finger creeper? What? Thought to have been cut from an ancestor of the finger creeper? What is a finger creeper? Oh, maybe these... yes, these hands that attack us. Some life yet remains in this legacy of an ancient act of blasphemy. Some life yet remains in this legacy of an act of blasphemy, as evidenced by the barely perceptible warmth it still exudes. Claw flick. Cause the finger to swell and flex to build up strength before giving enemies an mighty flick. What? Just want to point out, that sounds wrong on many levels. Wow. Awfully. Oh, we don't have mana for it, that's why it doesn't work. I just wondered, huh? Don't I have the stats for it? I have to figure out what's going on with that thing. Okay, it's kind of funny, I have to admit, but why would we need it? Also, is this a dead end? Now here's the hidden path ahead that is mentioned. I think we have to get back up and then take the actual path. No, wrong person. Game. Come. I healed also. Heal didn't come out. Cool. Why is this weapon? Almost got the full set now of these 8 people. Did I get the item? I think it was just a rune something. Barrier of enemy. Also had I don't fully understand this joke. Okay. Here we are, yet in another ruin, exploring it a lot. Here's where we came from, right? But yeah, even though the colors are a bit different here, there's something we could jump up there. Doesn't look like it. We have two directions, up and down. Just in case this is a... I don't want to... What is this amount of... Is? Could this be death? I want to go home. Regret. Oof, that's really regret. Okay, that's absolute time waste. So we just load a save state. I was really behind this thing when I started running. And I couldn't make the run back. Are you freaking kidding me? Like, I hate when games waste my time. Like, this is waste of time. I'm not running through all this dungeon again and do this nonsense, sorry, but that's just nonsensical. I like the idea. The other thing was also slightly annoying, but it was okay, doing the same stuff basically again, and then with... Maybe there's like some kind of illusory wall or something like that. Also one shot, okay. Curious if the spinning around would also be counted as one shot. Might be a illusory wall or so, but that would be... Oh, nice, Kirdan is here, welcome man, nice to see you. Hope you're doing well. Long time no see, you could say. Yeah, currently I found another time waste section. I don't know if there's like a riddle to this. Or it's what the exact intention of this is so far. It's frustrating. A bit at least. Yep, doing well. Thank you. Just been busy with university stuff. Well, at least you're doing something important. Not like me just playing Elden Ring all day and hope I finish it by accident. What is this nonsense? Can somebody explain this to me? This time frame I can't get there because it stops down there. There's no other hole for me, so this is this a dead end? What is this nonsense, chat? We're not supposed to get this item. That is my like not on this way, but this this is nonsensical. Like sometimes I'm a bit speechless seeing stuff like this. Like why exactly? Like it. But to get to this section, I need to walk and kill enemies and whatnot. It's like 3 minutes away or so. So every time I die there, I have to walk 3 minutes. That's why you save state, because it's just a waste of time for trying seeing an item, and I don't know. Maybe you can jump up there or so. No, it works with triggers. Like you put a certain spot. Like if I would, you know, go up here. And try something really quick. Time is not enough to do this in both directions. See, when I'm up here, then it starts. As soon as I had it one time where I managed to bring this thing back up, but I don't know exactly how. It seems like a complete waste of time. I think the only way would maybe get the item and instantly return, but you can't do this without knowing this dungeon. So if you play this blind and you just die there one time, you have to go back. And even then, when you died one time, it's not clear what to do exactly, what you did wrong. If there's like a way to lure it further down or so. Usually you have at the left and right, you have these chambers where you can just hide and then let it pass. But for reasons unknown, they moved it as a little riddle. It would be okay if here would be like a save point or something. And you can try. This might work, but you have to know. Like, let's say I hide here. And it works. I'm not sure if that is intended though. I'll make another save state here. Did you see how tight this was? Even doing it like this? Just want to see what it is. Yeah, see, it's a trigger. If you pass this section here, it changes its patrolling path. The problem is, when you die, do stupid stuff, you have to do a lot of the level again, and if it's a long level, you walk like 5 minutes there. It's never that much fun. Really strange. I think the other dungeon did it a bit better. Because there you could lure this thing up to a certain point and get just insane amount of additional time. There were some ways to shortcut it. I think that was designed more cleverly. This is just trial and error. It's only difficult at the first one. I'm just very curious if we can iframe this. No. Yeah, the time was off. I don't think you can iframe it. It's always insta kill, by the way. So another loading time, but yeah, I just want to try that out. So yeah, there's that. Not really cool. Not cool. Not cool design. The first dungeon was better designed than this, and it had the same mechanic. But you're right. I think it must have been intended way. I really need to do Lord of the Rings stuff again. Also looking forward to the Lord of the Rings stuff, but I also really want to complete the game. Like in my mind, 10th of March or so, I would be complete done with this game. Maybe do some videos about it. And here we are, 17th of March, still playing it. It's. I didn't expect this game to be this big. You got the item. But usually you can do it like this, and then there's sometimes like here an enemies inside it. Kind of funny. Yeah, the problem is a bit, or it's not a problem, but it's fascinating. I did not really expect this game to be so long. Like, there's still so much stuff we haven't seen. I think you can drop down there. You have to drop there. There's no way you make this all the way down. Oh, that was closer than I hoped it would be. But yeah, it's fascinating. Like, I'm still though enjoying the game for the most part, but I'm still surprised it got so many 10s. Like, I see you celebrate the game, but I think a 10 out of 10 is a bit much for it. I can see a 9 or an 8, but not a 10. Ever. Like, if I see 10s, I think the people didn't complete the game. I can see that the first 30 hours are 10 out of 10, but not the rest. Bro, who is that? Ladder. Person. Oh no, you. Enemy not locked in for reasons unknown. 3 attacks. This is better last time. How did I not dodge this? Do this again. Well fought. Oh, Bloodhound, Knight Helm, and the armor complete set. Easy. What I don't know, have you looked a bit here in the stream or in other streams? What are your impressions of Elden Ring so far from just maybe seeing it from the outside? Or maybe you played yourself, I'm not sure. Let me see if I find that armor that we just found. Good that we have this amazing feature. Metal armor with a jutting breastplate worn by the Bloodhound Knights. The Bloodhound Knights... How can I say the word knights not? The Bloodhound Knights are trained as hunters and known to be unshakable trackers. Without the use of language, each knight chooses his own master. Once a decision has been made, the knight stays loyal for life. Doesn't look like the armor would fit me. Well, that is true, but it really does. See? That is weird, chat. No, it's not weird. It is. These are the banished plates. The Griefs. I just thought the other stuff might have overwritten this stuff here. Just wondered for a moment. It seems fine. It doesn't seem different than other Souls games. Yeah, it's basically Dark Souls 4. Just the name is different. It's in my opinion really that drastic to make this comparison. This is lighter. And some better stats though. Well, much. Now the damage, the difference in interesting. Okay. Yeah, it's like everything is named differently, but it's in its core. Okay. Oh, Gelmir Knight helm, Gelmir Knight armor, Gelmir Knight gauntlets, and so on and so forth. Another armor set. We got 2 armor sets at once. That is service, I would say. This armor's also pretty thick, I have to admit. But it just weighs far too much. Yeah, this has this. This is heavier. Can potentially alter it, and it has like this cool cape. I have to admit, this armor here is this version, which has this breast protection shield on front of it, but we have an altered version where it's removed. I also kind of like it. Also, wait, that's one thing I want to check. It has no cape. And the yellow is... That's not my favorite color, let's put it that way. But the stats were pretty decent for this thing. But I have to admit, the difference... the problem is that this weighs 1 more. And... the stats are... pretty similar. What I just noticed is that this altered version has different stats than this. So this altering, like there's a seamster and the guy that can change your costumes a bit. You can also do this yourself. Yeah, there's a kit for it. And it seems to change these stats actually, which is kind of interesting. So this here is only so light because this here is missing. Therefore the stats are a bit worse. Interesting. I didn't know this, but the Gelmir armor looks a bit cooler, to be honest. Even though it also looks a bit more worn. So why does this corpse dude have a Gelmir armor on it? It doesn't really look like he has a Gelmir armor. Whatever. But yeah, so far I enjoyed a lot. It's basically Dark Souls 4. I like Dark Souls a lot, if people have probably noticed already. And that there's some fantastic stuff in it. Sadly, there's also a lot of stuff that I don't like that much. Like content reuse is massive in this game, sadly. One could argue that is normal, but like, I don't know. Let's say Elden Ring 2 comes out and it addresses all the problems of Elden Ring 1 and does everything better. What score would you give Elden Ring 2 then? 11 out of 10? Like, there must be... If this game is not perfect, in my opinion, it doesn't deserve a... I guess a perfect score doesn't require a perfect game, but I think the game should stand out a little bit more, because... Yeah, 10 out of 10, I wouldn't say doesn't exist, but... I don't know, maybe Deus Ex 1 or so, one of my favorite games of all time, could maybe argue giving it like a high score like that, but... This is also a dead end, right? Oh. What did we just get for an item, chat? But yeah, it should be pretty rare that a game gets a perfect score. Now I have to watch my stream really quick. What was the item? I just clicked it away and didn't pay attention to it. It's a root resin. Okay, found it. But even Deus Ex, there were certain parts in it that I would criticize. But the reason why I would give this game a 10 out of 10 is that it was really influential at the same time. Like, it had influence on... it was just ahead of its time so much. But this is... Yeah, we could have jumped down here. That was the thing where I said, hey, we maybe could have jumped down here. I assume. Beginning. Now we are here. So, my interpretation of this situation is... there are hiding holes down this path. The lava in this game was also vastly nerfed. But yeah, if a game is basically changing the genre, or how games, the industry, have how people perceive the genre, and other games start to basically copy it in a way. Oh, there's the One Ring, by the way. Here it hit all the time. So we are in the Lord of the Rings universe at all. Now it's officially confirmed. Well, it's not the Lord of the Rings ring, because there is something, it's not plain, right? There is symbols on it, and it's not the ring stuff, so it can't be the One Ring. Close enough, though. Let me just think. Do I want to go down there? Do I want to check this path over there? Okay. Of course, it's the Elden Ring. You are right. The game is called Elden Ring. Forgot about that again. That's the Elden Ring. You could make also a funny message. like this. Awesome, Chris. You did it. Game complete. But yeah, genre for me a 10 out of 10, or like a perfect score game are games that are so have to be at first of all very good games in of themselves, and define a genre, and maybe even stand a bit the test of time. Like they need to accomplish a lot. Like Super Metroid or something. Of course, there's also the predecessor Metroid, which is the genre-defying game, but I think Super Metroid is also still wow. Mantis Blade. Let us check what the Mantis Blade is doing. I guess the fastest way would be this. Oh. A curved sword with a blade at both ends wielded by the cemetery shades, the insect-ridden gravekeepers. Insect-ridden. The blade is thin and sharp, and strong attacks unleashes far-reaching slash. Spinning slash is a special attack of it. It's considered a curved sword. Okay, we go down there in a moment. I need to switch to the dagger. They nerfed the lava so much. Should I risk this? No, we just heal. Yeah, the lava is nerfed. I can compare this to Dark Souls 1 lava. This is just warming your feet a little bit. This kind of confuses me, I have to admit. We found the room with the ladder. That in of itself is awesome. For example, Breath of the Wild is an interesting candidate in this context. Simply because here we... Oh, this is the drop. Okay, good. This is the boss room. Here's a statue. Like, it depends on how many other open world games try to be Breath of the Wild after it. Like, I think it's a really good game. But the question is, how impactful is it for the genre? I think it has a potential for 10 out of 10, but But in Elden Ring, I think this is just in so many ways too similar to Dark Souls, and even though the open world stuff and everything is pretty good, at least at the beginning, and also some stuff later is also good. Should pretend that everything is bad here in this game, but so far it's not like really game changing. Like the game uses far too many formulas to basically do this. Yeah, you can only rate this with hindsight. Of course, you probably notice when a game is just so good that it changes everything so much that you notice, yeah, maybe this game is a 10 out of 10 contender. And it doesn't have to be too strictly, but I can see that you then also maybe give this game the 10 out of 10 stuff. And even though it's in the end not that influential as you would have thought, if that makes sense. Yeah, exactly. It's hard to tell for some games. I think that is an indicator for game, or at least it can push a very good, like it can push a 9 out of 10 to a 10 out of 10, I think. At least that's how I usually think about it. We'll probably die, right? I have only one Estus left. Oh no, yeah, we will die. Oh, I can't use this. By the way, he's a refight. Okay, we do a lot of damage to this guy. Didn't expect deep. Okay, now it's getting. I thought he was done. With 2 flasks we would have gotten him. Luckily enough, we are too overleveled for this area. It even looked like the last attack is really weird. Yeah, I agree on that. I didn't see it coming too. Was a surprise. This was an attack. He just basically knocked his head. Why am I dead? But yeah, whatever. I know there's a. I fought this as a boss already in the game. Then there were versions of this fight in the game that were little bit less powerful than this. And it were normal enemies in the world, that mini bosses. I think they didn't respawn, like 3 times already, plus the boss. This is maybe around about the 5th time you fight this guy in the fight. Like that is what I'm talking about the recycling. Like, and this boss fight is 1-to-1 the boss fight you already fought in the beginning. The other 3 encounters were not bosses because they had no boss bar basically. What do we need for this boss? A fantastic question. This could help for some more damage. We buff up. Super double damage buff now. At least he waits. That at least I appreciate that you can buff up really quick. Okay, maybe this is a jump attack. I would appreciate the jump attack a lot. Our damage is, by the way, real. Just want to point out, our damage was real. It was the realest damage it was dealt in this game so far. But like I said, this is let's say around level 80 area. I'm level Rip Red 13, yeah. I'm level 120 or so by now. 122. So, yeah. We're just over leveled for this. It's a boss we didn't... we missed. Oh, Death Root. Yeah, that is why we came here. I looked up where the last Death Root is, because yeah, I'm not sure if I will find every boss thing. Every dungeon in the game, maybe not. I at least tried to get most of them. This was one of the ones we skipped, and yeah, I'm not missing this dungeon, to be honest. I will not miss this dungeon at all. Okay, so now we got the last Death Root, and then we can give the 9th Death Root to our friend. You have to be kidding me. That is where you poured me. There's one thing do we really need to check this? I don't think so. I think we got everything in this dungeon. There was one place where I thought about dropping. That doesn't make sense, right? So we go to this place here, to the Beast Sanctuary, to Gorang, the Beast Clergyman, or whatever he was called. Whatever a clergyman is. What is the translation of clergyman? Ah, it means a cleric. It seems. Like a certain kind of cleric. Okay. Okay, this is the last. Now I'm curious what we will get.
It is all consumed.
Mm-hmm.
Still, I am not sated.
Surprise.
Not nearly sated. America! Is this what it is to sin? Will things never be the same again? Tarnished. My thanks for thy long labor. But I have done all I can in this land. Henceforth, mine appetite shall be my sole companion. Farewell.
What is this? An ancient dragon smithing stone. Is this the Titanite's lab? Okay, our NPC friend is gone now. What did we just get? Reinforces armaments to plus 25. So I assume this is the last thing you need. Okay, then this quest was pretty much worth it, to be honest. All the trouble we went through. So all we need now is... Okay, so plus 8 is the last. We get... With plus 8 shards, we can bring our weapon to plus 24. And this is then the last step. To 25. Okay. I got that. pretty decent, to be honest. I did not expect that. Let me see if something changes here. No, nothing changes here. Okay, so we completed this quest stuff. Almost unfortunate that I lost the that we never checked this grave here again. This I marked, so that means we haven't visited this. Here's also another grave we could visit. Wait a minute, there was like a symbol. This is added, by the way, with the recent patch. A nomadic merchant. So here where this is my merchant symbol, and now the game has like its own little symbols telling you that, oh, there's an NPC there. I like that it's a bit more accessible, but why did I do all these annoying marks all the time? When it just gets now this feature, like here, you see this little symbol here, it just means there's an NPC, you even see his name. Can we see the names? Wait, there's a certain section. The Noble Gold Mask. Yeah, I feel like this quest was stuck in my playthrough. And they fixed some of the quests, because some quests were bugged. Which is also another point why this game's not a 10 out of 10 when the release version has uncompletable quests. They also said they added phases to the quests, but so far I couldn't find those. This NPC I forgot where I found it, so I had to look it up also. And then when we marked it, marked him here. He never talks to me. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. Maybe we need more face or so. We could try that. Do you hear that weird sound? What are you looking at? Guess a tree? Can't talk to him. Never answers, or there's nothing I can do. Fire down there, the other side of Grace. That is why we could never talk to him. Granted, I never saw this bonfire because I think we were down here. Oh yeah, this. Can we do this already? I see the chest is already empty, so no need to bother with it. I assume this is why I marked this place, because I marked a treasure. Seek north. Maybe that's why we forgot it. Maybe a really good hint. I think seek north. I think I went through this place here, but kind of forgot again. At least we can now teleport here. Well, the other teleport is also not that far away. So what did I miss, chat? Still not talking to me. I don't understand what I'm doing wrong there. But yeah, it seems like we completed this. Rush Tower, we also completed that. This tunnel. Hermit Merchant. Here we have this one dude. Yeah, we could check that guy again. Here's this wind thing. I think you can jump down on it. That is what we need to do. Our Reza Hero's Grave. Ever try that too? Okay, we see still the smoke, so he's still cooking there. That's good.
Alright, mate. Want some more crab, do you?
I like how it says it. Alright, mate. Want more crap. We still have enough. Pretty good stuff. We can't craft it ourselves. But I have to say, so far the frames rate seems to be more stable on my side. Maybe not perfect, but much better than before. So the patch helped a bit, at least for me. Kidding me? Is it in combat now? We need these heads though for antidotes. Bok the Seamster. Not sure if he has new stuff, but he could also disappear. Where to also reload a save state one time.
The seamster ready to make a...
So he could, I assume, also change this here, the Gelmir Knight armor. Now here I see it now, that all the stats are reduced a little bit by it.
Going already, my lord. Please.
But see, now this one shield is gone a bit.
Already to make. Going all. Please.
Okay. We got all kinds of stuff now. Yes, the Atlas Tunnel. Maybe we check the Atlas Tunnel. I think we haven't completed that too. Maybe we have. I can't remember. Oh, it's a mine, huh? Mines are always a bit annoying. Was at least already over there. There was one smithing stone. I can't remember. Maybe I completed the tunnel already. At least this here I overlooked. Usually crafting material. Who was casting? Bad news for you, my friend. Stop that. Terra leaf. Usually I would say just a leaf, but you can't farm them, I think. So it's kind of good, and we use them for one specific recipe. So they are, for me, they are useful. I can see that the joy finding one of those can vary by quite a lot. Because at the beginning of the game, it seems like you can find them in the world too, and sometimes you find them there growing, but they don't respawn. That was never really aware of. There's a boss room already, so we must have overlooked the actual room. Nice, nice. What did we overlook, chat? This is a dead end, right? Yes, this is just the corpse with the Ethereal leaf. Yeah, and this tunnel is just much smaller than the others. That is unusual, I think. think this tunnel we didn't explore yet. Strange. We got the backstep there. Probably because we repelled. Kidding me. And the prize for most annoying enemy goes to this guy. Questions. There really is. Ouch. There is really a hidden path. So far I see none. Danger zone here. There must be a way up there. Okay, let's see how much damage we do with the longbow. Should have upgraded it long ago too. How do we get up there, though? Got it. Question. How do we get up there? My roll normal? Yes, so we can keep the bow even with it. Right. No hidden path. Question is are we no, there's an item. You need to get there somehow. Okay. Hypothesis is we defeat the boss, and after the boss there's a path that leads here. I would say I just mark it with this map marker here. That should do the trick. Sure, we could go down there, but it doesn't seem like that is what we are looking for. So this here is the, I assume, what pass to the boss. Also there's a drop that we overlooked from the snail. Oh no, these dudes again. Oof, but we see goes roundabout in the right direction. These dudes. I need to switch weapons for this boss fight because this sword does very little damage to these guys. They have like an insane resistance against it. Good that we have hammer time. And hammer time is awesome. What's that? Also interesting, you can't go back. It's a double fight. We already found the triple fight. Excuse me, game. This is a boss. Can we? I'm overburdened. I just noticed. I can open. Very terrible for me currently. I'm too heavy. I need to unequip something. Okay, got it. Good that we have a decent amount of damage. So, my friend, I have bad news for your face. Did we just two-shot him? No, it wasn't. He already had a hit. Oh, Sumberstone Minor Bell Bearings 2. Cool. I think we have 3 already. Something like this. Okay, so far my hypothesis is not true. That makes me sad. I could have unequipped the bow. Yeah, this would have worked. The bow was too much. Yeah, but these guys we also fought multiple times by now. The question is, chat, did I overlook something? I mean, that is always the question. I have an idea. Could be wrong though. Theory is maybe there is an exit with this elevator somewhere. Like a little tunnel or so. Because one possibility would be there is simply nothing. Was unnecessarily close. Very strange, chat. I don't see like a hole or something here. Basically always the same way down. Strange. Here we have this, at least this route, but when we check the walls, there's like no illusory wall here, so... Was it too far away still from... I really would have thought that the boss room here maybe has what we need. No idea. Very strange. I can see it, but I have no idea, like, no idea what I'm doing wrong. I would have even ignored this. Close. dangerous. Like, there's an item, but... How do you get that one? Oh. Where do you see that? Or we could check outside. Maybe this is like there's another cave entrance that basically enters here that we haven't found yet. That is to me the only possible explanation for this. This is kind of scary every time. Also no path here. No idea, chat. Really, no. But this is why stuff takes so long sometimes. Just so curious. Where this could be. Like, I have no idea. If somebody has a good suggestion, my next thing would be we just write here and check what's outside. The question is, how do I get there? I'm a bit surprised that there's nothing there. Like no, what do you call them? Go here and just use this bonfire. I don't know. Maybe also make it day so we see stuff better. Night is not ideal for seeing stuff. Last time morning. So from my understanding, I have to check the road. And follow it for some time. Wait, here is a side of grace, which I... What? How did I not have this one here? As I'm getting close to a level up, by the way. Yeah, this would have helped a bit at least. Who was here? I fought this guy, I remember that. And these dudes. So strange. So how do I get up to this place here? So maybe I have to cross, or is it too high? Maybe I can go here and then just get up there, or this is not possible. It's not really possible. But this doesn't work. In theory... Kidding me, dude. I'm busy. Now you won't let get hit? Dude. I think we have to check this area and this top area from this side here. And we have to go from the windmill village. That's so far away. It seems like we can't just climb up there. This direction? I think it is right. Then we have to find this other path. Four-toed foulfoot. Whoa! So funny. Stone. Okay, these runes are not even marked, so I assume they don't have a lower level. I was surprised by this. Really strange. Okay, here we have also something we haven't explored yet. Okay, so combat. Why? Oh, we came off the path. We have to return to the main path and follow it further. Yeah, that's the right direction. Here is a side of race too, which we haven't seen yet. A lightning sheep, did you see this? That's so funny. Hey, do they roll again? That is a lightning roll. It's really funny. Okay, what is this building here? Good old Atlas Plateau, always a surprise for us. There's a church. There's a black knife, this is a boss too. I found him a trick, I remember now. No, no, stop your swinging around. Heavy attacks really strong against this guy. If you can't stack him with a weapon. Black knife. Oh, we got one of those too. A dagger once belonging to one of the assassins who murdered Godwin the Golden on the night of the Black Knives. This is a black knife. A ritual performed on the oddly misshapen blade imbued with the power of the stolen rune of death. Blade of Death. Unleash the power of the rune of death to fire off a blade-like projectile. In addition to dealing immediate damage, the blade reduces the enemy's maximum HP and continues to wear down HP for a while. That's a weird annoying effect. Needs phase 18 though to wield. Oh, you can open this. Oh, this is a dungeon. Double O. Be wary of dark spot. Sounds like dark spot. Do we have it now on the map? Let me just check this place really quick. From all angles imaginable. Question, do we want to... we find out what this thing is at least called. Oh, these hero graves. Hero graves can be annoying. Here we have a stone sword key requirement. Talisman ahead. Nice. I like talismans. Let me just rest here at the bonfire to just refill our stuff. Shall we do this grave here? We could just teleport. I get the talisman, get out of this... Crimson Seed Talisman. I assume this makes that we heal more. That's interesting. Yeah. Raise maximum HP. Boost AP restoration from Flask of Crimson Tears. We have also this here. Pretty decent stuff, to be honest. Out of curiosity. Praise 5 seems familiar. But our poorest rated message. I think our poorest rated message might be gone because you override them. Can't teleport out. What annoying enemies could we face here in this terrible place? Through wall. Let's nuke it. Kill it with fire and nuke it. These dudes are just so annoying to fight, you have no idea. They die fast, it looks easy, but they have this one attack that is particularly frustrating to deal with. What is this? I never saw this. Iframe? Okay. Close to death. He can't. He enters this circle, he gets... Yeah, what an annoying... This is... These enemies I hate so much, you have no idea. These imps. So annoying to fight. And now they have this nonsense on top of that. I think this is where we came from. Yes. Can fully understand why this is then there, but whatever. Not bad. Doesn't look like we have. That was a dead end too. Looks like a trap. Okay, this is maybe... where we need to go. Stone 5. That. Hey chat. What is this gate? That looks scary. There's a lever. Should we open that? Probably not. That opened pretty fast. Okay, this section with the thought it was down already, my mistake. We have this little thing we saw a few times already in these dungeons. Was not paying attention there. Looking at chat for a moment. Guarded therefore fear. Stop that. Dragon Crest G +1 chat. This talisman's basically the Ring of Steel Protection +1. Better version of it. That is pretty nice. How many of these keys do we still have? Yeah, 19. Okay, yeah. Where's the key? Sorry, just chipped out. Hidden pass, huh? Precious item, really good item. I like it. I assume this is where we need to go. Dog ahead. What does dog mean? All these. Did I overlook something, chat? That is the most important question to me, always. How did we get here? We went along this path here, right? I remember this stuff here. We haven't really fully explored that. Can't get the running. do I always not just try walking on it? I would assume you can't stand on that. But I still want to try it out. Early. Why do I always not hit the jump? I will make nonsense here. I should slowly recover my HP. Maybe you could make the jump there. Okay. We just tried to get there normally though. But you have seen there are options in trick jump stuff. Pretty neat. Good. And I don't have a horse. Okay, we kill him into it. Spoiler, that helps. There's Mr. Boss. It's a ladder again. This here is the boss room. First off, luring out, speak, twilight, what? Right off the ladder. This might lead us to the bridge we just saw, right? This looks like a trap. We saw too late. Very fascinating. But you look in the room, you know it's a trap. It's always. Question is, what is a trap? Here is now the bridge that we have seen here. I'm not sure if it would have been possible to make this jump. Probably not. I don't want to try it right now, but actually I want to try it. No. You can't make the jump. I don't think... Maybe it would be possible, but I guess it would be a pretty tricky trick jump here. Good dungeon. Very curious. We have a level up, I think. 5k above the level up, so... There's that. This guy's dead, so one of the more annoying enemies is dead. This is a bridge thing. We got the item. Oh no. First off, turn back and then seek light. Okay, we have to maybe lure him somewhere. Maybe into this area. Maybe there's one of these statues. Maybe we can activate it or so. This guy might be stuff with... in this shadow form we can't hurt him. That is of course a problem, because we want to hurt him. It's not like we don't like him. But he also does... he does not like us. And he potentially hits hard. Where is... wait a minute. Maybe we have to lure him over there. Yeah, maybe. Not sure how far he will follow us. Let's get to it. I think it's unfair that he can hurt us, but we can't hurt him. Oh, this was the lever. Somewhere a heavy door has opened, chat. That means we got it. Or maybe check his room again. We overlooked something. I know, I'm pretty sure I got everything, but in the heat of the combat, I might have overlooked something there. I assume that is the solution for the little wife. Are you there again? Second time? Chat, that's cheating. You can't just spawn there indefinitely. I disagree with that. But yeah, it seems like we got everything. There was, though, another path that we not took, right? I forgot where this led us to. We had like 2 passes. Had we? Okay. We have full HP, thanks to automatic healing. I'm surprised that it took so long, but whatever. Was potentially quite brave. Yeah, but we can't get back to the beginning of the dungeon anyway, right? Closer than it needs to be. And this is now the... oh, it's not. I thought this would be the boss room. Too stupid to hit the enemy. Here we have the statue. Bit of retry. There was still a path where I thought this leads to the boss. Might have to do that again then, chat. Okay, let's defeat the boss pretty quick. Curious hint what this boss might be. No horse, thanks. Now it's a horse for sure. This dude is a normal enemy later. Second phase. Yeah, the second phase seems to be new. Easy. We fought this guy a few times to farm a bunch of souls. Ancient Dragon Knight Christoph. Interesting spelling of the name Christoph. Very quite common in German. It's usually CH. Oh no, it was double F at the end. So what does the game has to say about this particular dude? We also found another ash, right? The Lindale soldiers ash. Spirits of soldiers, each equipped with a spear and a great shield. The soldiers of Lindale fight their battles defensively. During the shattering, they were the ramparts that fortified the royal capital. We didn't read that. Spirit of Christoph, an honorable knight of Lindale, who was also a devout worshipper of the ancient dragons. His skills strike down foes with thunderbolts, the dragon's weapon of choice. After the first defense of Lindale, Christoph earned the hero's honor of Erdtree Burial for the feat of capturing Godefroy the Grafted. Godefroy? Did we all... I think we fought that guy. Bloodhound Knight Flo. A lot of German names. Florian is like where we come in German word, and the nickname usually is Flo, which also means flea, but whatever. Spirits of a blood-bound knight, they called the Rabbit Stray, will attack without pause immediately after being summoned. Flo vowed that there was only one lord he should serve, a true king, and so the Rabbit Stray never found a master. Banished Knight Engvar, one of the two knights dubbed as Wings of the Storm, despite his banishment, rejected the invitation of the grace-given lord, instead keeping watch over the masterless castle for many years, gaining renown as a hero of the fringes. Black Flame Monk Amon swore fealty to God laying Black Flame. Yeah, we read this already. I think we didn't read all these things here. Okay, is there more to this place here? There was one section we didn't go to. There's some root resin. A rot pine resin, but it's not what it. So this teleports us back to the beginning. Oh no, it's up here, so we have to call this endless long elevator back. That is highly unfortunate, I have to admit. I hope all the enemies are dead, because we are now in a different zone, basically. It makes sense that it teleports you here, but I would have preferred a different place for teleportation. If I needed to teleport, there was no way getting back, I think. I don't think we need the teleporter down here. The elevator, not the teleporter. In theory, everything should be dead. Still, I hope. We did not rest, we still have 9. This was like a different path that I did not fully understand. Unless he tell me the enemies are over. Maybe because we left the area. Like, fortunate. Basically explains the mechanic of this dungeon with these shadow fiends. We went here. I'm a bit confused. We basically killed a hidden wall. I forgot what killed the hidden wall, but you know what I mean. There was a hidden wall behind, maybe behind these two here. No, it was not here. Chat, what am I missing, chat? What am I missing? Like, we went up a stair like this, and there was a hidden wall, which we destroyed, and then we went past that, but I forgot where that was. And they said, okay, we go here. I assumed that would be the right path, and I want to go back to that later. Can't remember. Here's nothing down. Gesturing. Because this room here is this trap room. Is it not? I see this weird place then? Wasn't up there also like there? I have the feeling I overlooked something up there. The problem is I can't get back up. Oh, now I remember. You have to get up here. That's probably also how you get back up again. Now I remember it. What about this path here? Yes, here it was. Now I remember it. We could have gotten here directly. Sorry, chat, for wasting a bit of time here. Yeah, and up there was an illusory wall. There was an item, something. What it was. This was the illusory wall, I think. Here we could drop down. Now I get it. This is the way back up. This is where we broke through the ground, right? Okay, now I get it. So sadly, nothing is here, and we found out what's up. Okay, so this was a complete waste of time. That's unfortunate. I mean, we got some cool stuff, not the dungeon as all, just rechecking this path up there. So this is if you would want to go back to this thing. This is how you would have gotten back there. Okay, good to know. I would say... send the elevator back up. In theory, the fastest way is a boss room to get back up, because the elevator is down. I hope we survive this jump. I could teleport, but then we would have to wait for the teleporter again. Oh, somebody ran right into one of these blades. It does a lot of damage. And another one. Kind of funny that it's still rendered though, or that the game still simulates this stuff. Okay, we turn to the entrance again. Well, that was a large detour. It really was. Okay. We are back here where we were. Now it's time to go somewhere. This direction. Yeah, over there. We still have one secret left that we haven't figured out. That was really annoying. Oh, here's the fight against the other dragon. That is the dragon from the trailer. We saw him somewhere. Music just stopped. Oh no, Hastags slave. Well, that was kind of epic, but we also were a bit over leveled, and it was the 50th dragon we fought. So while it was epic at the same time, it was also unsurprisingly unsurprising, and it was just a normal dragon fight. Of course, he could do some fire and some AoE, and he had this one weird attack thing. All is cool. Is this an elevator? Maybe this is what we are looking for. Ooh, this soldier also got fried. Not a stone thing king. Let's check the item we just found for a moment. What is the order of acquisition? Twisted clay sculpt in the shape of a human head emits a voice that says, "Let's get to it." A wistful features that imparts voices and words on eternal journey. Classic Dark Souls item. Okay. Then we got a spell, I think it was. Yeah, Hastags Glaive. Incantation that channels the power of the ancient dragon Hastags. I don't know. Lansaw. Creates a red lightning glaive and sweeps the area from above. This attack unleashes trails of lightning. Hastags was the sister of Hastags. It is said that she took the form of a human to commune with the knights as the priestess of the ancient dragon cult. Gesture required ahead. I assume it's nonsense. We have 200k swords, just noticed that. Just mark it as a place of potential interest for the future to find something out. That is a thing. We want that. Arch. Lightning ram. Let's check what item. Excuse me, Mr. I'm just reading here. You could have just run and go on. Decided to just attack me here. That is unfortunate. Ashes of War. Yeah. Oh, that is what they do. Lightning ram skill inspired by tumbling rams. Let out a bleed, then tumble forwards, clad in lightning. Tumbles can be repeated in rapid succession. Usable in all armaments. It's kind of funny. Wasn't here like a dude a moment ago? Yeah, this guy, for example. Maybe not fight here. can read the description here on the sword. Really some historical context that we get here. The routing of the ancient dragon god twin, the golden fought to the last, earning the friendship of dread 46. What I have to find out is there's a cave or something here. It's basically what we're looking for, like a way to get underground again. At least an item which we overlooked. Ow. Do we hit him hard? This is the elevator, right? Oh, this, no, this is the long pass to this stuff here. Okay, got that. Still no sign of like an entrance. Here we have like a very item lying around. We just rest here for a moment because we have 200k souls. I want to lose them. Level ups. I did not expect that we would get. Okay. So pumping up dex gives us currently more than this here. But whatever. But really, it doesn't really seem there is what we're looking for. We are looking for like an entrance or so from this side. So far nothing. Strange, isn't it? But I have no idea what we could have overlooked. This is basically where the item is. It's respawned. We also... Wait, hold on. No idea, chat. I could try looking it up. Because I have no idea. Okay, this screenshot shows exactly where I want to be. Okay, that... Okay, there is a different entrance into this. I would never found that, to be honest. Like, I can't even believe that I never saw the entrance to that. But I would never have found out that. Direction, yes. Like really fascinating sometimes. I think you explored this here really well. And then there's like a cave at this side which we never found. Ah, the plant is in front. That is so mean. Where is it? That thing here. Pretty strange. Okay, that is why we never found it. The Perfumer's Grotto. And this is how you get to the other side of to the item. Kind of cool that they maybe connected those things together. I should maybe rest here. Oh, one big. Oh, this thing doesn't respawn. Cave ahead. That's maybe an interesting damage test for us. $506 damage. Yeah, that's the maximum. Quite a lot. Not sure what to do with these living jar shards. It's a really fast poison, by the way. This is important though. We could maybe craft a bit. We only have 22 of these dragon fly heads, which we need for these things. They're pretty annoying to get in my opinion. More annoying than they would need to be. This is the crystal moss. Also needs cave moss, which we still have a decent amount. A few of these too. Leap. Madness build up. And this needs the golden centipede, okay. But yeah, good to see that we can use stuff here. Can we get back up there? Maybe. Oh, yeah. Here we can get back up. There was nothing here, right? Yeah, this is just the entrance. Okay. Got that. We clear this cave pretty quick. As quick as I can. And then take a short or like a longer break. I just eat something. Maybe, let me just do something really quick. Just wait here. I hope I don't get killed by some unforeseen enemy. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. Sorry for the little delay. It would be funny if enemy appeared if you stood still for too long. Secret boss, yeah, it would be... I'm not sure how funny I would find that. But yeah. That is actually true. There is... Oh. There is a treasure chest. Hello. We should have stayed down there. So what we could try... The damage is pretty real. Oh, there's one alive. Careful with those. Miranda powder. We have a treasure chest here. Two treasure chests even. Living jar. Humor bottle. And here it is, by the way. This is the other side, the Atlas tunnel, and here we finally, after such a long time, we found it out. But I would not have figured that out. I didn't expect it be... Oh, and it's just a Terrier leaf, which is a good item for us, to be honest, but... I'm also... And it's not the coolest item ever. This could also easily lead to our death. You can go down there. That is fascinating, but I don't want to. But like a pro, we just jump here. Didn't expect flower, but I did it, yeah. It was just a flower. Curious what boss might await us here. I've just looked up the location where this is. Miranda powder. Homing stone. Golden rune. Another golden rune. No strong golden foe. No strong foe ahead. Try attacking. We are good at that. I want to check that I got everything here on our path, but it looks like it. Okay, it says attacking. Oh. Nope. Maybe we should kill the dangerous person. Also, and this guy, the Omen Killer, was already a boss in the past. The Great Omen Killer Cleaver. We also got this. This boss was kind of a waste of time. Also, like both Like there was one boss with a flower like that as a boss. We already got that one, and the flower also has, like, it's not like they have too many interesting attacks, but yeah, it's and the other, the Omen Killer, we also had as a single boss and as normal enemies, and the flowers of course were also enemies. So let's praise the sorcery. Yeah, I guess in our case we. Like, the plant can take quite a beating, to be honest, but with so much damage at this point, it's kind of ridiculous. Oh no, this guy over there died. Like, we're just far too overleveled for this. That's the reason why we won't die here that easily. But okay, it was 3 Ateria leaves that we missed and a long detour. I'm still surprised though that here was a thing that I never saw. Really fascinating. That's bad. I think this is the swamp. I think we are, I'm not sure if it's down or up. There's like this thing which I'm not sure if I ever used it or if it's even down here. The direction. Notice I still have the dragon to kill, I just remembered that. How do we get up? There we have to go, but how do we get that, chat? I have a theory. We're already here because these are empty all. Something seems to attack me, but don't ask me what. Okay. Curious who this might be. Let's go full damage mode. Maybe full damage mode was a bit much for this guy. Battlemate Hughes or whatever his name is. Yeah, that was full damage mode. Yeah, no chance. Let's read his ashes really quick. Not sure. Hugius from Celia to study the Heimer Conspectus. What? Oh, Hugius came from Celia to study the Heimer Conspectus, whatever, at the academy where he became a battle mage. Heimer scholars seek to quell conflict with cannon fire and the gavel, but Hugius developed a longing for it. Okay. I think we got this then. I would say, yeah, I take a break now. We cleared the dungeon, I cleared this thing there. I fought Hugius, however his name is pronounced. Could maybe buy some daggers or so. Sure yet.
Always.
Oh, we are really burned through daggers. Didn't I buy like hundreds of these? Now we swear with daggers again. Good.
Goodbye.
Okay, so I would say I take a break. Maybe I eat something really quick and check a few things. Let me just make this here. Safety save. And yeah, I will show you a timer or something like this with like, I don't know, 30 minutes on it. Let's say, maybe I make 25 out of it and then takes me 40 or so. Oh, yeah, I should go with 30, I guess. Whatever. I will be back soon, like in half an hour or something like this. Maybe if the timer runs out, I maybe update it or so you have roundabout an idea of when I think I might be back. But yeah, see you in a moment. I leave the in-game sound on if you want. If or maybe I mute it. Yeah, maybe I end the game for the time being. Doesn't need to be on half an hour doing nothing. So yeah, see you in 30 minutes or so. Hello everyone, I'm back. That took a long time, not the eating process, that was done fairly quick. But I noticed that I ordered something and got an email that my order is cancelled. So I had to order it again somewhere else and hopefully for a similar price. Because what I was ordering is fluctuating in price quite a lot. Relatively expensive. So yeah, I had to check multiple things and stuff and whatnot. But yeah, I think I figured it out, or found something at the same price. Really annoying. Like, it's always, you know, sometimes stuff is complicated in life. Unnecessary, so. Maybe I made it unnecessarily complicated. Sometimes I want to strengthen, what do you call it in English? Not strengthen, but yeah, maybe buy. It's at local store, at retailers, and not just order it at Amazon or so. So that Amazon's market share does not grow into infinite numbers, but whatever. If I would have just ordered by Amazon, I would not have gotten into that trouble, because the offer was also on Amazon, was like €3 or something more than the other, and I decided to order it somewhere else at a local retailer, and yeah, then the order gets cancelled. And now I hope that it's available at where the new retailer I ordered from, and don't have to bother with. The Amazon offer is sadly not there anymore for the same price, so I'm yeah, it feels kind of screwed. If I would have just ordered there, that is often, like, I guess, a problem. Just ordering what you want, if you want to have it fast. Like, I assume if I ordered by Amazon, I would have it by tomorrow. Now I'm not even sure if I'd get it this week, maybe next week, whatever. Not that important when I get it. It just annoys me that I also have to pay now, I don't know, around about €30 more for it than I had to before. It's still okay, but kind of annoying. But yeah, let's continue with Elden Ring, I would say, as always. Kind of surprising how late it is already. But yeah, I hope the other order also does not get cancelled. That's why I'm a bit paranoid right now, and maybe have my mail client check it every 5 minutes if something changed. But so far, nothing is changing. Really annoying, I have to admit. So let me see. I think I just teleported somewhere. What did we do last time? Before the long break. I forgot already. I remember now. We did this stuff here at the plateau. We explored this place here. Found this item that we also marked. I think I can unmark this here again, because it's just decoration, I assume. And then we also fought a boss here. Yeah, I remember. This was the last thing we did. We fought this person here. Maybe could check Celia if we found if I overlooked something there. Wasn't there like a bell or something to ring, or also like another gate I might have overlooked? I don't know. It is a complicated world we live in sometimes. But yeah, this stuff like this is really unfortunate, sadly. Because, yeah, it just eats up time. I was just looking forward to receive my thing tomorrow. And now I have to wait longer for it, I guess. Okay, chat, how do we get up there? No, we were already there, right? We just go here, and from here can get up. I think we got everything, but I'm not 100% sure. Hmm. Oh, here is something we overlooked. Okay, we check this here out first. This seems to be a boss fight, and curious about what might await us there. Go again full damage mode. Less damage than... Remember, wow, the damage. Okay, so now we have this person here. And now damage time. What is going on here? That's the second phase. Look at this, that's funny. Nox Flowing Sword. A grim weapon wielded by swordsmen of the Eternal City. This Shotel has a blade as fine as a needle, forged from the liquid metal of a silver tear. It is thoroughly tempered until hardened. Skill, Flowing Form. Temporarily transforms armament into a liquid form. Swing the armband like a whip to perform sweeping slice over wide areas. Or to equip it in my foolishness. So many weapons. Pretty cool. There's also something I saw in another stream. That's why I decided to come back here. Don't we have this blade multiple times? Yeah, we have it 3 times now. So we definitely read it already. So I decided to, so I wanted to come back to this particular place here at one point. What do we get from here? Oh, Lusad's glintstone staff. We have Azure staff and Lusad that are 2 of the powerful mages. Staff of the primeval glintstone sorcerer Lusad. Only those who have glimpsed what lies beyond the wisdom of stone may wield it. Enhances power of all sorcery, but consumes additional FP. Pretty neat. We don't need that, but I like it. Also another double fight against enemies we already have fought. Interesting question. Could I have used the horse in the boss fight? I'm not sure. But yeah, it's really unfortunate that that is another reused fight. Like, it's, of course, now we are getting a bit to the point where we basically explore everything and try to find everything. But you see these little steps over there. I always asked myself, what are they for? At some point we found out it's just a person here running almost. Yeah, this big thing here is kind of annoying. What? Reruns like an 8 or something, right? Got it. Poison armament. That's some kind of spell, it seems. Incantation, I would assume. Yes. enchants armament held in the right hand with poison. This incantation can be cast while in motion. Those who dwell within poison know rot all too well. The death that begets life, that comes to ally equally, that is so to say, it is the cycle of rebirth put to into practice. That's a weird wording, I have to admit. Something we forgot? No, right? So we got this item here, which I just saw by accident in the distance. How good that we went here again. There's some ruins. What, did I ever visit those? I can't really remember. Hope everything works. Sound is fine. No, you don't hear its in-game sound, chat. I didn't notice. Sorry for that. Good that I double check this stuff from time to time. I have an idea what we could do. I mean, there are some ruins. Okay, here we already I'm gonna check those ruins, so okay, so the sound now works again. Not sure what how I should handle that. Oh yeah, we have this tree avatar here. We could try that. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. By the tree avatar, we get like a thing for that. There's also another thing that I potentially have to look up. I'll make a little save state here. Because, yeah, sorry for the sound not being there. So we could redo the boss fight if you want. I hope I made it safe in front of the fog gate. Probably not. But yeah, it's kind of always the same in a way. Like you come into a thing that's marked on the map as is named on the map, so you can hover over it. Okay, I did not do that. Because the boss is so easy to kill, there is no need for me to double, I can't show it to people again. We just then load the actual save state of the thing here again. I just have to teleport there there really quick. And then I can demonstrate the power. So this is the save state before. Have to look at it here. Back streets. I think it's the back streets. And there's like a boss arena which we completely like. I can't explain how I overlooked that, but maybe for just out of pure interest, we could even use this time. We could increase our damage output even further. Okay, so now we are so incredibly buffed up. You're undone. We two-shotted him. Kind of funny. There was no dedicated boss music either, it seems. I thought there was boss music. But yeah, this is the fight again with sound. And this little thing that we caught there. Not sure if I survive it. If not, we just we survive it easily. It just does this sound here all the time. And that's basically what you missed sound-wise. Also funny how fast this now was in comparison to the last time. That was also pretty fast. So next is the Earth Tree, and this might take a moment because these guys hit like trucks late game. Oh, that's the merchant. I'm below, right? Yeah, we are below. We need to get up, so this is the closest side of grace then. Basically need to cross the bridge to get to one of these trees, right? Bridge. Oh, here's the bridge. That's not, where's the bridge? Right in front of my nose, of course. Yeah, last time we also got a pretty cool riddle. I figured it out, but it took quite some time. There is our friend. Okay, it's a normal one, that's good. Bit greedy here. What is he doing? Uh-oh. Now we have two of them and they attack Shrek. Come on, 3 attack. Do they share life? They share life. Oh. Makes the fight a bit more chilling than it needs to be. Man, they have such annoying timing. Come on, dude. Can you maybe just give me a attack window, dude? Oh. Why? So the other guy was flying up and I could just now hit him like 1 or 2 times. And then of course he doesn't attack. What is this again? Why is it a double fight, please? Oh, we don't know. We need content for this tree. Let's make these dudes just 2 of them there. Why? Now we have to walk there again. It's the worst part. There's no... designers of Elden Ring. What are you smoking? Why is there no America statue? This is like really annoying. Unnecessary annoying, I have to admit. Like, really unfun again. Like, why place 2 of them there? It's just pure chaos to fight them now. Like, just getting an attack window and you don't see what is even going on there. What? I rolled that. Come on, game. That's absolutely nonsense. What? I rolled that. Man, what's going on with this game, man? What's going on? Rolled that. Oh boy, it's terrible again. Lucky. Let's see what the other guy's doing. What? What? Where's the life, please? I thought they were dead. What is this? Why is this thing not dead? I thought it would be dead. I heard this, you know, this sleigh sound. I'm seriously angry. Like, what is this nonsense? Like, they were dead. Can we maybe just die, please? Like, I hate repeating content I already beat, and this is not fun. This is not a fun fight. In any kind of the definition, that is not a fun fight. Kidding me, game. Why is this rock there? Like, what is this? Like, can somebody explain to me what is this nonsense? Who designed stuff like this? Like, why make two? Just how about make the fight more interesting instead of just duplicating enemies? What a terrible design again. What is wrong with these people designing this game? Why do they do some stuff so good and other stuff like this so bad? Now we have to do this again. I hate doing stuff I beat already again. What is this? Why is my weapon not equipped? Holy moly, this game! Kill me. Man! Stupid thing, why is it not equipped? Sorry for getting so angry here, but I defeated this thing. It's defeated already. There's a check mark in my head. Like, what is going on? Why is it still alive? I even heard... I could swear I heard the I died sound. Man, what a terrible thing that is. I need more stamina rack against this enemy. Sorry for getting so angry. I hated getting so angry, but this is so terrible. Like, it's literally terrible. Just imagine we wouldn't be overleveled like this. How incredibly annoying this boss fight would be. You don't even see both of them at the same time because they are blocking each other all the time. And then suddenly laser beams appear out of nowhere because you don't see the explosion that well when the other guy is behind you. It's just incredibly terribly designed. Like, why do you do this? I don't understand. Why do you ruin everything in your game with nonsensical game design decisions? I just don't understand. We got this guy already. He was dead. Now we have to do the ride there again. And some genius didn't place a Statue of Miracle there. Why? Man, am I angry. Like, what is this? Can we maybe not let me do nonsensical boss fights 5 times and let me walk there every time? I don't want to. Don't see the attack. Don't see what both are doing. Don't see what the other guy's doing. Why do this attack? Like, it makes me angry. This makes me really angry. Like, you have no idea how angry this makes me. I just don't want to waste lifetime on this abomination of game design. I don't want to. It is so terrible. It is uninteresting, uninspired, boring, bad, not well designed. Like, what is this? Like, what is this? And why do I always die, like, on the last 3 hits? Then I kill this guy and he survives, like, with 1 HP, and even though I could swear I heard the I died sound. Then I get lasered on my last HP. Like, what a nonsense that is. I just want to move on. I don't want to fight this terrible design. Button. No, that's bad. There's too many things I need to think of. Well, can you stop hitting me? Man, I'm just so pissed, like you have no idea. Like, what is this? What is this? Why is there no statue? Why are there 2 of these guys? Why? Let me just ask, why? What is this nonsense? I have so much damage. I have to do 20 buffs in between to just get it out. It annoys me greatly. I can't even play serious anymore. Like, I just want to move on. I defeated this enemy already. Can it just die, please? Where are my souls? Why is they over there? One of the worst designed stuff I've ever seen in my life. Like, why do you place two of these enemies? And they're clearly not designed to be next to each other because they block each other. They don't, as a player, don't see the attacks coming. The attacks hit, all the attacks hit like trucks. Did it wrong. Can we maybe collect the stuff? As well. The words for this. At least we got some cool for it. Crimson Bubbled here and Crimson Coolian other thing. And we have these already. Man, what a terrible... Restores HP when near death in mixed physique. Okay, that sounds interesting. Can be mixed. Crystal formed over the ages of battery. The resulting concoction automatically heals 1 HP in the moment before death. Okay, that's strong. However, this effect only occurs once and will expire after a certain duration. However, this effect only occurs once and will expire after a certain duration. Okay. This is basically half of one's FP. There are, I think, 2 of those things. Yeah, these two, both basically 2 halves of the same metal, basically. We only have 2 of those. We have the strength and the physique. It would be pretty decent, or at least an option, if we would also get the dexterity boost, but I have no idea where that is. But still, this is just, I don't know, it's just, why, like, it really starts getting annoying in this game, I have to admit. Like, every time you go somewhere, you always find something like that. Like, it's always the same. Like, every enemy in this game, like, if you don't have enough content to fill a world this big, then maybe don't design a world this big. I don't understand that. Like, man, is this annoying. That was also a boss, I think. One of the early bosses. Just out of curiosity, what do glass shards do? Man, some parts are so good and some parts are so bad. Like, it's really makes you sometimes... I get that you have to reuse content, but this really went on a really extreme level here, in my opinion. Hey, it's basically a stone you can throw, maybe to pull enemies. Didn't know that. I have 91 of those. What do glass shards do? Is maybe a glass shard is a crafting material? Here they are. Can't use them. Still don't get this. No idea. Can't equip it. What is the glass shard for? Seems like it's a secret. Nobody knows what they are for. So from the description, I would assume you have like a snuggly person of trader or something like that. Wait a minute. I have an idea. Question is, how do we get there? Must be a bridge. Yeah, also we wanted to check stuff down here. Before we do that. Man. What is... know about the trader there already. Yeah, the ruins that I'm looking for. Ah, yeah, here. No, it's not here. Where was it? Holy moly. Game seems to be highly confused. There was one thing where you could go down and you could find the graves of two females that end with an A. Yeah, here it was. This dude, for whatever reason, I just have like 5 billion HP. Yeah, other graves. Maybe you can drop them here? I guess it's just for giving the player a hint what he has to do, but... Use the remains card. I don't know, it seems maybe a bit random. Maybe it's the same as in Dark Souls, you have to quit out. Like in Dark Souls 1. Game sometimes can be really annoying. Sometimes it's often, most of the time it's a lot of fun. Sometimes it just drives me crazy. Especially now after we spent so many hours here on stream with this game. And it becomes, okay. Maybe I was wrong. Okay, we have another one of those annoying things here in the new region. Is the only bonfire we found so far? Seems unusual. Okay, here is wow. For whatever reason, here we have a statue of America. Here we have this America symbol, so if we would die against this guy, we can simply return, which I think is a good thing. Got to level up. I thought he would come down here. Maybe I didn't check it. Then maybe nothing is here. No, here is the dude. That's a bit unfortunate. It's wrong again, chat. 500 times better. I think this is a rot thing. Oh, I missed it. dangerous spell. Well, at least it's only one enemy, which we also have fight a lot of times, but it's okay because it's like one of these tree bosses. But don't make duo fights. That's just uncool. At least here's a statue and I don't have to walk all the way back to where we just were. That is just far too annoying. Okay, these things seem to respawn. That's good to know. Not sure what I would need them for. Oh no! Oh, forgot to switch Estes. That's also annoying. Like, cancelling the animation for this. It was such a decent fight, and he just did this annoying laser attack, and I basically decided to go in the wrong direction. Basically my mistake there. We got, like, it's not really a challenge at this point anymore because we have enough damage, and beyond in having enough damage we also fought him like 50 times by now, like, just very unfortunate. But on the other side I'm looking forward to the loot we might get here, which is kind of usually these tiers. I think that's a really cool mechanic. So this time to the right. Of course I have this follow-up swing. HP. You see this bug? This AI bug is just so present. For real. For real. Like, what is this? What is this day? Is Chris bad luck day today or what? I had no stamina left. I thought he would be dead after that hit. And now we have to do it again. Like, what is my luck today? Can we... What is going on? Can it just be... Let it just be slightly enough, maybe? What? It's just... So speechless. Like, I don't want to do this again. Like, it's boring. I can't believe it. It's the second time in a row that this happens. It's just so unnecessary. was almost perfect. We didn't even heal once. Like, only I mistimed the last timing there a bit. At least we got cool loot now. Thorny correct tier, and we got the Raptured Crystal tier. Do we have those already? Sounds at least familiar. Can't believe it that we... Okay, we have the spiked thing. Okay, let's just order everything. Thorny and Raptured, okay. Okay, the Raptured we have 2 times and does exactly the same. Cause the resulting concussion to explode. Might try this at some point. I have an idea though. Like I have a very interesting idea. Can be mixed in the flask of wondrous physics. Resulting concoction makes consecutive attacks grow stronger the longer they continue. However, the effect lasts only for a short time. That's the Thorny tier. Resulting concoction about charged attacks. So, okay, that's kind of cool, I have to admit. The explosion stuff I would like to try out though. I have an interesting idea for the explosion stuff. Maybe there's some... I wouldn't call it hidden use, but something along those lines. Question is... Here we wanted to go. Didn't I find a thing, like a statue that I wanted to destroy? Somewhere here that must have been. At least we got the all the trees now cleared. I think it might be. Not sure if there's a tree left. At least we don't see one. Okay, here we got 3. Plus 2. Here we get nothing for it. That's kind of strange. 130. 100k by now to just get another level up. Before we go here, let me just check out like a merchant or so where we can sell stuff really quick. This here is too hard to reach, I think. I think the fastest one would be this dude here. Okay. Holy moly, this game sometimes. It was so much bad luck. It was the second time where the enemy basically had nothing left and thought he would die and survived with 1 pixel. stealth. So we need... Like we have 91 of those. Now we need 10k or so. We have 29 of those?
Goodbye.
Just got all the souls I ever put into back for him. That is... We need 2,200 more.
What is?
That's easier to do it from here. That was 2,200. That should be another level up. They're 5 short. That is impressive, isn't it? Like really not my luckiest day. Like my thing gets my order gets cancelled. Now I have to pay more for it. Then the bosses survive with 1 HP against what I would have thought. Now we are just short 5 souls or something. Holy moly. What an annoying... So we get +2 still, +1 still. Or if we take +2. I want to bring both stats to 60. It would be pretty dope to just have like 60 and 60 strength. Just absolutely insane, the value. Oh yeah, we could try, now that we have 80 souls left. I should try this not close to the to this guy here. But we have the mixed wondrous physique. So we could maybe try this here. I'm not sure what it does. So I just want to know. We teleport back to where we were. Not exactly, but roundabout. From where do I have to ride there? Really can't remember where I saw this. Board contender. We did this too already. Because I went somewhere and we checked it out and I saw a statue. So what does this do? Okay. That does a little damage, to be honest. To us. What happens if we put 2 of them at the same time into our explosive thing? Interesting. Was it here on the cemetery? I can't remember where I saw it. It is a bit unfortunate. Where did I see it, chat? I can't remember. I really can't. I know I wanted to check what happens if you jump down there. Where did I mark that statue? I mean, I think it was here in this snowfield area, but I didn't mark it, it seems. What else did we do today? We checked the Atlas Plateau. Maybe this here? Yeah, also mark the treasure. I can't remember, chat. The problem is, was that here? Like, I marked this place because I wanted to go there. I definitely saw like a statue that you could blow up, and I thought, oh, that's cool. In this late game area, usually there might be some really good stuff inside these statues that you can blow up. Not blow up, but you have to find like a big opponent that destroys them for you. I know that we walked here for a few times. And then we returned later. And I was really angry here. It was definitely a thing. Oh, we can remove the symbol here. We defeated this guy and this guy. Yeah, maybe here it was where these said, yeah, this guy was like, I think somewhere he was at the boss, and here's now a normal enemy. Let me hit him. Thank you. Anybody see something? Where was it? Like nope. Was close. This, however, looks like you can drop down here. So far, doesn't really convince me. So we could try getting down there too. But I don't really see the benefit of that. Where did I mark this? I mean, I could swear it was somewhere here. But I didn't mark it. Why didn't I mark it? Could maybe watch the stream. And I have to maybe do research inside my own stream. Like, I forgot where it was. Okay. Can't even remember, or I'm pretty sure it was after the break. First, yeah, defeated this guy. Boss. Normal enemy that even respawns. Sure, if he really was a boss, but Oh, I tried to find the ruins, right? We tried to find out what the glass shards might do. Teleported. So funny. I have to admit the patch definitely reduced micro stutters for me at least. Beam this? I could swear. Just search this area. Maybe then I found this statue which I potentially overlooked and said, oh, the statue here. I need to find somebody big to lure there. Other side. Was it in other region, not here? really tried to find where that was, but I really can't remember. And just know I saw one of these breakable statues that have usually crafting material inside them. I remember, oh, I need to mark this on the map and then I have to do this later. My plan is use the explosion thing to blow it up, basically. Aha, I found it. It was before the break. It was not here. It's in Khaled. And I probably marked it on the map. I assume it's this thing here. How do we get there, chat? Maybe from here? I have to admit I'm a bit surprised that it was this long ago. I could swear it was not in Khaled, it was in the snow region after the break, but whatever. I really had to watch basically half my stream again. Here it is. Very curious if it works. Sadly not. Okay, so we need a powerful foe to destroy it. Where do we get that? Maybe the dragons? Taking off. Hello. Come on. The Sleeping Beauty here. Seems to be kind of stuck. Yes, yes. This is round about the direction I want. Okay. Got it. Nice, that worked. Wait, did this not drop a dragon heart or something? We marked it on the map, like, but I could, like, I didn't, in my mind it wasn't that long ago. Just out of curiosity, wasn't there also this massive dragon? Yeah, here he is. Look at this thing. Okay, damn it. Oh, those angry things have a lot of DPS. Let's do something really. Have these berries. Be my horse. Dragons are also a bit brain dead. Remember when I was first here and this thing, I know, almost completely destroyed me. Okay, we got 5 dragon hearts. And some 80k swords. Interesting, to say the least. That's all. Just have to defeat the 4 dragons around and then deal with it. They didn't even... I'm not sure if they could breath fire though. I remember when I first was here, I was kind of scared. But now the dragons is just relatively easy. Speaking of dragons, relatively easy. There's another dragon. And you have 3k. Interesting. Very interesting. Let me see, chat. Was this the dragon I marked? No, I think that was the big dragon I marked here a long time ago. Very strange, chat. Goes completely in the wrong direction. Okay. Also craft thousands berries. Ah. Yes, another dragon. 4 dragons. I would say got that guy too. It's even the side of grace, which we already. This passage leads up to the other guardian, which we also already killed, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Oh, here we had the lightning. Lightning stack. On the bridge, there's another dragon, right? There is. Oh, that's an actual dragon, not one of those small ones there. You can also press fine. The others couldn't. It's also bigger against the others. Where's he going? A bit dangerous on the bridge though. Might be his death. Poor dragon. But Dragon Slayer Chris saves the day again. Well, I wouldn't say it's saving the day, but dragon. I think it's still not enough for a level up, right? It is enough for a level up. Not enough for 2 level ups. Are we slowly getting there? We even got a dragon heart. So now we have like a lot of dragon hearts. There's still some dragons left. I forgot where that was though. Here maybe? There was somewhere there was a little water part. There were two other dragons. Was it down? No, it was not down here. There's another big dragon. He looks pretty dead already. Bang. Maybe in this direction? I've just killed the dragons while I went there. Aha. Yeah, here it is. Finisher. Okay. I would say we got all the dragons. I assume that were the dragons marked here on the map, or the boss marked on the map. Little dragon double fight. There was also something down here. Doesn't look like it. We also explored the tower. What we could try... I think you have to go from here. Is it outside or is this inside? this dude here. Kill this guy. Damage we are doing currently. Really, really insane. Oh, that's another dude. What's this? Oh. Ah. Yeah. Things here. Oh. He looks exactly like the thing. Not sure if I'm happy about that. The problem is there is no bonfire here nearby. I could swear there was like a Statue of America here. Means if we die we have to ride all this yeah, just make save state or something. Why is there no Statue of America here? If just okay, maybe let's try with this dude here. This for a nonsense attack. Oh, these guys are tough. What is behind me? I can't see a thing. Oh, it's limited. Oh. If you get hit by this, it staggers you. What is this nonsense attack? That is that's again unfortunate. Okay, let me try something real quick. I decide if I use like wow. Maybe the hammer is much better for this guy because he seems to block at times. He also jumps back. The problem is are these dudes here. Okay, so the first dude is kind of tough. Oh, this is randomized. Out. Very curious if I load now back in again, if it's somebody else. Else I just use a save. I wanna revenge against this guy I just fought. It really is randomized. That is interesting. I would like to have like a bigger, what do you call it? A bigger arena. Right. Is there something? Oh, let me just check. Oh, this is too annoying. What do I want to do, chat? I wanted to look something. Is there a bonfire nearby? No. That is unfortunate. I have to. But you can also get like Radan. That is interesting. Now we get always the same. That is strange, chat. Just due to bad luck. Let me just get the save state back that we just had. Range. I'd really like to fight these dudes I just fought before. Yes, like really strange move stuff that was on there. Eh? Heals him. Big. Can't depend on the daytime, because the daytime should be the same, right? Or is the daytime randomized? I'm kind of a bit disappointed that it's like it's not completely randomized. It's just like there are 9 possible fighters or so. You can get Radahn, you can get, what was her name, Melania or so? Melania? Something like this. She's also, if you get the collector's edition, you get the little statue of her. She was also in one of the trailers, she fought Radahn. Mentioned there. But why does it not change anymore, chat? I don't understand. I want the other people there. Like this one dude, he had like he was tough. Like he had a lot of HP and insane damage and had this weird 5-hit AoE /around combo, which is nonsensical. I just want to point that out. It does damage in front of him and behind him, so as a result, kind of difficult to Okay, this time it changed. Oh, this guy. It's our friend Blaze. Blaze? We have to stay away from these summoning signs for a moment, and then they switch through. It seems like there has some reloading has to be done. Don't ask me how it works exactly. I would like to lock in this exact NPC that we bought. It was pretty cool. It switched, right? But it switched back to these dudes there. Sorry for all this quit loading session here that we are doing, but I really want to fight this one dude again. Like he had like an... How could you beat him with that? That is the biggest question. Fight him really quick, just out of curiosity. Curious what that guy has to offer. Just want to see what the different people here have to. Was not paying attention there. No, please don't do this. Kana dude. Here, dude. Madness, no. I don't want to fight this guy. This is AoE nonsense. Big shield. That's not my jam. Because the big shield's really if you don't have the kick, the big shield is really annoying. For this guy, maybe the hammer would have been a better option to maybe kick through the shield. Can only switch my ashes of one at a bonfire, right? Yeah, it's unfortunate. There should be a bonfire there, side of grace. I don't know why there isn't one. Maybe make one on the stairs there or so, just behind the arena, whatever. We could have done that. That is strange that always these people are here. Can we reset them by running out of the sign render range? So they're not rendered anymore. Now we return. Do they switch already? Or maybe I don't have to lock out every time to switch them through. Also a pretty big jar. But yeah, very curious if we can manage to bring this dude back. Now, these were also different from what we had before. So now we know there are 12 different fighters. That's pretty... that's a lot, or actually... This dude... Okay, these are also different again. Like, were we just lucky recently? Well, maybe I just fight them soonish so we can move on with this. Oh, sorry, just hit my desk with my chair. Oh, forgot to press a button. Nope, it's these dudes again. Who was the last one? Wasn't the order different? Like they can't change. The Radan dude can also be somewhere else, it seems. I don't fully understand the system behind this. Works. Why doesn't it work anymore, chat? What am I doing wrong? Is it maybe just bad luck? Very curious, but defeating 3 of these, all these phantoms are pretty hard, I have to admit. Not sure if you defeated one, if you can just return and defeat the other two. I don't, or if they then, or if you have to fight all of them again. That I'm not 100% sure yet. These guys are pretty tough, I have to admit. These guys also I've never seen before. Look at this pirate captain. I know this weapon though. What is this? Where's this cool head that he has? Okay. Interesting. Man. Hope we can bring this one particular dude back. Try to memorize how his stuff looked. He's also new. Oh no, a mage. Dude. At least it now changes. Okay, this time this guy's here. But he has now 2 blades. This is the sort of flame moon that can shoot laser. I think it's him. The other dude. Like, it really is strange, chat, I have to admit. Are we just lucky that like a Melania cosplayer was there, and I should have fought her directly, because that is also a boss I heard she's the toughest boss in the game. I'm very curious what's going on with that. But also, like, Radahn had different weapons. That is kind of fascinating to me. Pirate Lord. This by the way the blade. See this blade here? Second blade of this part. I don't know what blade that is, but this blade here. That is the same that the one the dude used I fought. Maybe we just summon him and see what we get. He has less HP. Chris. Well, HP though. Wow, the range of absolute insane. Evil cursed one. He got much more damage than the other dudes that we have seen. The question is, if I now quit out, let's get back again and reset those other guys. Maybe we can get the other fighter again. And that was relatively easy. This one attack has just... the range just surprised me. The game is really full of those weird blade attacks that have like absurd amounts of range. Well, nice edgelords. No thanks. It's kind of funny. It's a really cool idea, I have to say, though, that you have to PvP against NPCs and see what they have to offer there. And there are different, all kinds of weird sets. Oh, they're now back. That is strange, though. Now 3 signs are back. I'm so sad though that we died against this guy. Really unfortunate. He had this one weird attack which I couldn't really figure out what to do against that. Except for just running away. Like running away would have worked. See, now they are back. Like this is the standard stuff if I'm close, it seems. Maybe the position of yourself determines what you will get when you reset or so? You know what I mean? Like when I quit out close to the signs, like I just did, then you usually seem to stay close, and you get these specific 3. This dude I don't want to fight. Oh, he has... Speaking of this dude I don't want to fight. This guy, you know, this weapon we see is Rykard's weapon. Okay, maybe I have to give up. Like it's it seems like I can't get those specific fighters back that I had at when we first arrived there. I simply could not make it work again. I mean, I need to get even further away and ride. Okay, this is just the same dude 2 times. Come back, or that's fine. I think that's a Zweihander. Maybe we just ride a bit further away. Let's give it one more try. So we go all the way back to here. We quit out one last time, and at least I hope it will be the time. Then we check if we have the right dudes there or not. Really curious about that, to be honest. So we just get here, see, oh, this giant jar here. Then we move past this and talk to him, try to, don't get anything. Okay, we turn around and check these people here. Wow. Oof. It didn't really work. But that's just, I don't know, maybe, that's just my theory. I assume that because there is an interesting detail in this game with the mimic fights that mimic you. And so the game must be able to basically have a decent, and so far the mimics were not decent at all, to be honest, but whatever, decent bots available. And that can basically fight with any weapon, and they just use the abilities, maybe do stuff a bit random or so. Because beyond that I have no idea. Okay. Interesting helmet. Never seen this weapon before. There's no shield this time, it seems. Okay, let me take a very 5-minute break or so. And then we fight these guys. Or maybe we just do the reset one more time. Maybe we get lucky. Can really look into the thing. Oh, I really see there is something inside. See this weird object? It has the legs, right? These are maybe the legs. Arms or something. Just really deformed because they are not outside yet. Interesting. Okay, I'll be right back. I am back. Sorry for the delay, but here we are again. I hope maybe we got lucky, but as you have noticed, my luck today is definitely not up to where it could be. Okay, we go. And who are the enemies? This guy again. Okay, that's definitely not who I wanted to fight. We have to do one more. The question is, do I have to fight 3 in a row? Or when I die and come back there, I only have to fight 2 more? On paper, we already defeated 1. Fighting 3 back to back is then really, really difficult. Each simple item. What could possibly go wrong? Enough loading back and forth. We were really lucky to get those. This guy is usually the more... Thank you. Put it back. Got this person. That didn't work. Fully charged R2. That's that. We got the first one. No dialogue option here. Eep. So nothing. Okay, you have to fight 3 back to back. Interesting. Got to switch out my finger. It would have been a funny effect. Oh. R2 wins the world against AI. Oh, now we have a talk option. Do I have to fight them back to back? It moved a bit. Great Jar's Arsenal. Okay, pretty cool. What talisman, I assume? Arsenal charm. This thing vastly raises maximum equip load. So this is basically the Havel's ring plus 3 or something like that. Interesting. So we got this here too. So we found that. I'm still. I would like to see the sword fight thing again. Like I can't deny that. Try one more. Only 2 loaded in. Curious what this sword does, just out of curiosity. But it seems like this time it's safe that one is missing. Wow. Ah, that is the weapon. Yeah, but it really seems like we were lucky there that we got basically the Melania cosplayer and what? Who would this guy be? How funny. We definitely have to switch out this physique flask stuff that we put in. It seems like you can't put stuff up. Okay, so we delete this and just let me load the original save where we completed the stuff. Very interesting though. But yeah, winning three of these fights back to back is not easy, to be honest. Definitely helps when you have some resources left. Got this here? Yeah. Okay, it doesn't really change. We just did really a lot of stuff here. Oh yeah, this is the house. I mean, still we have like a ton of stuff to explore here. Direction. I'm also really curious. Where we will find Melania, whatever the name is. Okay, so where do we go next, chat? Oh no, I did a mistake. I would say Church of Thing here. Or here. No, I think here might be okay. Maybe we check out the forge. That's my suggestion. So we do some actual main story progress. Here we got I think we have the thing that we have. Oh, I know what we could do, chat, before we continue with the main story stuff. What's it called? Here it is. Okay. I could swear I checked this place. It seems like I'm either didn't or I'm just not good at seeing things. Here, right next to it. Is here. These bolts here have these tiers. It's a dexterity, not crystal. Like, how did I not see that, chat? Like, that blows my mind. That blows my mind that I have not checked this island here. Like, how is this even possible, chat? I could... Like, wow. Can't believe this, chat. Like, I really can't believe that. Like, how did I overlook this? I was literally there. That's a house. And I put like a stream. Boggles my mind. Really mind blowing. Really, really mind blowing. And we're looking so long for such a long time for this particular thing. I was thinking there's one for strength. Where might be other cool things, right? Really impressive. How did I overlook this? We're facing... There's one for intelligence too. Won't need it though, but getting 10 intelligence is not bad in my book, so we might get this also really quick. There's just some of these very important items and I somehow managed to miss those. Like, can't tell you how I did this. I think this is because this castle here starts shooting at me or something. To get down into this valley there. I think I was never down there. That's why we didn't find it. All the big hands, but I don't care about those. Also never saw that. Not sure if there's more stuff here in this, because I think I was never here before. Maybe. Oh, no, Terrier leaf. Quite interesting, not gonna lie. Okay, this we got. So I would say we return somewhere. Church of Ella, maybe. And yeah, but, I'm a bit speechless that I didn't find the dexterity tier. Like that, I was so close to it. We need 80k or 25k for level up.
Always a pleasure.
Since we have so many of these things here by now.
Goodbye for now.
It's just, it makes no sense to do this, but we have to change this again. Like, I could even do this here, the full damage combo. Let me see, what other stuff do we have? Temporary strength. Charged attacks, dexterity. Equip load, magic attacks, that might be interesting. Have this already. Lightning damage, holy damage. Briefly stops rune loss on thing, we have that too. Temporarily boosts poise. We have that too. Max HP. Got that too. Then stamina recovery. Have that too. Boost resistance and heal status. This one here, we have that. Yeah, we have that too. Okay. We might have everything there now. No, there's one we missing. But this might be later in the area. Yeah. In the grave post. There's one that has like an like the effect sounds absurd. Oh, enhances dodge rolls. Oh, we could get this one too. Intelligence is okay. I think one that we don't have, which sounds also pretty strong to be honest. One that we don't have is in a region that we haven't explored yet enough. So that's that. I was just really curious.
Always a pleasure.
What should we buy? Maybe arrows?
Goodbye.
Hey. Oh, face and intelligence. I just mixed in the wrong ingredients. Here is strength and dex. Both give plus 10 on those stats, which is kind of ridiculous, I have to admit. Like you can't boost a cane though. Kellet. I'm curious where this might be. There? Wow. How did I miss that one too? Like I feel it feels like I explored this region. I mean, Kellet I didn't explore too much. Not gonna lie, but I'm a bit surprised that we still. Oh, there's a bot. But anyway, Kirdan, are you still there? Could you report the bot? I banned him already, but... down there. Frames. It's kind of powerful in my opinion that okay, never found this here either. Windy Crystal tier. What it does is it increases your dodge roll stuff, which might be powerful in certain circumstances. Okay. Think we got everything then. I'm still surprised that we have this stuff here. Direction. I go? This dude is hard to hit on foot. How did I not see this guy that either? We explored is then maybe an overstatement, but I thought I explored everything there. Did not expect like that to be one of these weird bird bosses. Biggest problem for me is orientation. Okay, I think I know why. Never saw it. I assume it only spawns at night. That might be an explanation because it's so big and relatively easy to see. I mean, against this guy, maybe it would make sense to Dexterity, strength. Yes, Dex makes more sense for our weapon skills better with it. That is pretty strange that I never saw this here because we used... Maybe because I overlooked this bonfire for some time. That must be the explanation. What on earth? This thing. What do we get from this guy? Death Poker. This is like an interesting wordplay. Barbed rod carried by death birds. The birds are graveyard firekeepers. That's a Dark Souls term. It is said they rake out the ashen remains of the dead from their kilns. They rake out. Rake out mean exactly. Okay, they use this tool to basically rake it out. Move through the ashes. A ghost flame ignition. Thrust out the barbed rod and set its tip alight with ghost flame. Follow up with the normal attack to set the ground ablaze with ghost flame, or a strong attack to trigger massive explosion. What we just saw basically, what killed us in the first attempt. Okay. Let's check something in the background really quick. Interesting. Hmm, 20k. Where do we go next, chat? I know. Did we fight the dragon here in this section? He's like an annoying dragon that always forced us to go somewhere else. While we are on our dragon killer thing wait, oh. Too many weird buttons I have to press. Well, we killed the dragon already and I forgot about it. Oh, it's in the other direction, right? Yeah. Past the dude here. But yeah, I missed a lot of stuff in this region. This is definitely a region I didn't explore so thoroughly anymore. I still feel like I missed something in the first region too. Yeah, and there is Mr. Dragon. But this doesn't count. But the shield is still red. Oh boy. Where's this guy going to? I think I got him. Bonk. What dragon, huh? Bit annoying. Dragon heart. New power is available. How many of these dragon hearts do we have? 20, okay. I would say that is quite a bit. So, one annoying dragon less. So we upgraded Church of Things. So this is the grave thing. Graveyards of the Giants. Got invaded here? Yeah, the invader we already did. Birds here are really kicking. I like the birds. In general, they even in Kelly they're annoying to fight. The dogs also somewhat annoying, but it's such a weird mix here. That's a big hand. thing. Creepy. Bonfire, by the way, which we overlooked. Hope it doesn't respawn. Wasn't there also an item? Let me just first get the item before I... Was an item. Smithing stone 7. We need 8 though. Okay, this I assume is where we need to go to the other side. Dogs, they also chase you like forever. Oh. Oh. Eat. Is about this. Stop throwing this nonsense here. Oh, come on. That's so unfun. Can we stop throwing these gigantic jars at me? The two next to each other? Why? Why would you do this? Makes... Sometimes this game. Two of these giants pointing. First of all, I need to get my stuff back. It makes no sense to fight with those dudes. I'd say it makes very little sense. That's too annoying. Somehow missed the... We are too low. Wait. Really annoying. Not gonna lie. Quite unpleasant, I have to admit. You can get up here. Question is something up here? Oh. Really? Wow. Just open the map. Like, it's so annoying in this game that you can't open the map when in combat. I can understand that you shouldn't be able to fast travel while in combat, but you could, in my opinion, solve this differently. Like, if you're in a dungeon, the fast travel points, the map is also available, and the fast travel points are just grayed out. I don't see it as necessary that you basically block this or whatever. This. Seek comfort. Then time for running. Yeah, exactly. Didn't expect house. Yeah, this is our house now. We live here. No, don't look like my character. want to fight these giant hands again. Pretty annoying. And behind us, that's good. Wow. Area of monster. Be the problem. What's this pass here for? Okay. Look like it. Isn't this here in of itself kind of a secret passage? He placed a lot of hands here. Crimson Wall Bubble Tier thing. What does this do? Oh, I hear something. But do I want to fight this thing there? Here? No. Spoiler, I don't. Stone. Okay, we got stuff here. There's the initial bonfire that we... not the initial, but one of the bonfires we had. And food... yeah, food of the forge. That is where we need to go, I think. Now we got the tier. I'll read this in a moment when I have like a bit more... a moment, like, I'm not attacked by giant hands out of nowhere. 2 chains that lead to the other side. We have this one here, which I marked, and we have this one, which I've not marked. Hope I have a moment here, so... I'll read the stuff really quick. Converts damage received into HP. Can be mixed into the flask of wondrous physique. The resulting concoction converts incoming damage into recovered HP instead. However, physical damage cannot be converted. What? Resulting so this stuff inside the flask converts incoming damage into recovered HP instead. However, physical damage cannot be converted. This effect is only brief and will quickly expire. Strange, but okay, I'll take it. Okay, here is the other chain. Death ahead. Sounds if I only had a friend. Look at this dude. That is one of the giants, I think. Okay. This is the other chain. Okay, this is just how that... Yeah, that's the other chain. Wow, this gigantic thing there, by the way, this cereal bowl, is, I assume, the fire forge that we need to reach. Question, is here something like a side of grace? Maybe down here. Wait, this just leads back, right? Yes. Right. Strange. I think my neighbors have like their surround system or something. And they're watching a movie or so. Oh, what is this scrolling here? Oh, what is this in my game? No. Excuse me for a moment. Okay. Oh. Okay, that's a cool trick. I have to give him that. can destroy his heat thing. Yep. Must also think. Look at his belly. It's like a mouse in his belly. I did not see coming. Okay, he's shooting a fireball at me. Ouch. Then when this thing came, I knew I went for it. Okay. We could destroy one of these shackles, but seems to be limits to thing. It's the browser. You just report the bot. Quick. Give it another try. I guess he's doable? I'm not sure what his second phase might be. Just got one-shotted though, that's a problem. What account? So my biggest problem is... Okay, now we know why the bonfire is exactly here. Oh, this whole area is now marked as a boss area. That is funny. Can't traverse with the horse. Why did I just die though? Problem, dude. Can we not fight here? Probably easier if you fight him on using horseback, I think. So in my opinion, there could have been a Statue of America there at the gate. Not that far though, but it's okay. When you know this feature exists in the game, it makes no sense why it isn't used, you know what I mean? Where did I just die though? Maybe not do this. Kill myself. Come on, dude. What is wrong with your aggressiveness? Need to spend these swords. I know where I lost them. I don't see it. Out. I just spend them. I don't want to run. I just want to focus on the fight. It's a tiny bit annoying, I have to admit, if you distantly have to search this large area for your 5 souls there. 70k. Not sure where I got those, to be honest, but got them somewhere. And where could we? Could go here really quick. Get these souls here. They're stingy. Who shot him there now? Actually. Where do I have to go? I have to... Dying was now not on my list of things to do here. Don't fall down and lose them now completely. Collect. This guy has somehow, for some reason, left. So why even? How much do we need for the level up? One more time. We could add our current location. Fast travel back in.
Always
Oh.
goodbye for now.
How much did I need for the level up? Well, it is enough. Oh. Yeah, we definitely far past the soft cap. Kind of fascinating that we got 60-60.
Always
Purchase. Very nice.
goodbye.
Now we are. Okay, now back to the boss. I just want to have the souls out of my mind. I don't want to consistently be reminded of this. But that is a fire giant. Something missing, chat? I don't think. I'm very curious how we beat him. I don't want to really beat him with horse. I think with a horse it would be easier. Not sure how what the potential second phase that we haven't seen yet has to offer. He has like a ton of HP. If you just consider how powerful we are, and still how little stuff we had to deal with. Skip? Is this maybe the skip to the second phase? don't know how to fight him. He's too big. I struggle kind of a lot with... Maybe I should not attack this thing. Maybe this is the second phase, and this is basically a way to skip directly to it. At least now I don't have to bother with my souls. I can just focus on the guy. This is a bit annoying though. Just let me hit you a few times. Like I hate wasting so much time on buffing me up, and then yeah, now I can hit you, and then you just die because this guy is just does one step and he's 6 kilometers away from me. Makes very little sense. Maybe I should fight him on a horse, because it's just I hate running after enemies. It's really not fun. It's kind of cool fighting big enemies, I get that, but it's not really fun running. Just consistently running, and then when I'm finally reached him, he jumps back again, and oh. Just come on, I just want to hit you. I mean with running. Also notice that I want to hit here. What? Where's he? Very little damage to this guy. Don't know how to dodge this. I suppose that. a bad luck situation. Oh, come on, game. That is just really bad luck. Can we not do the bad luck stuff all the time? That's just so much bad luck. That right there, I land... You have no idea how much bad luck that just was. Like, what is this? Can this random AoE stupid spell not just kick me off my horse, stun me for 5 seconds, then I fall off the horse and then I just burn? Like, what is that for nonsense? That is a stupid fight. Like, it's a really terrible fight. Like, this guy has far too many HP. Like, I don't know how many hits I just added to the hit. Like, I get that this guy has a lot of HP, but man, maybe there's a Storm Ruler here or something. Something I overlook. Maybe that's the gimmick fight. We do it with horse, like, I'm not interested in running after my enemy for 5 hours. Maybe not be there. Movement is terrible. Oh, it's very boring to just hit a leg for 5 hours. Is there a trick with this guy I'm overlooking? Maybe there's also a Storm Ruler or something? A Giant Slayer? I don't know what to say, chat. This fight makes me sad. Like, it's just so terrible. Like, it's not interesting. You're just hitting a leg for 5 hours. I know what to do, chat. Like this guy has a bazillion HP, and it's annoying as hell. You make one little mistake, and you die. That is not fun. Stupid snow attack. Come on! What is this? Stop running away from me! Oh man, what is this? Why can't they just make cool bosses in this game? I don't understand this. Man, I want a cool boss fight, not this nonsense. What is this? I don't want to run. Not fun attacking a foot for 2 hours. Boy, is this terrible. This is one of the bosses where you need like a bleeding build or something. Why do they design it like this? This is right. It is not fun hitting this guy and then making one mistake and die because this guy does rolling stuff. Ah man, I don't know what to do here. I don't know how to approach this guy. Can't jump up, that's also stupid. Like Radahn at least lets you jump over his waves. What on earth? What's he doing there for a sec? It also doesn't make sense to animate this enemy because I can't see what he's doing anyway because I'm just sitting here hoping for not making mistakes. The other foot takes more damage or something like that. Can we do much more damage? Well, can quit his soccer carrier, I think. What is going on? Oh, some Naruto stuff going on now. Not looking good. Is he? Okay. I just want to point out that this was what staggered me and my horse was a shockwave of his hit. And then the second hit I couldn't dodge because of that. Thanks. Super awesome. It seems like we do much more damage to his foot. Now we do less damage though. And yes, now a lot of spell nonsense going on. Maybe his explosion, I'm not sure if you're safe when he does these meteorites, if you're safe below him. Be my first thought. This guy. Oh, he does his weird snowstorm thing. Can I dodge that? Dodged early. Second time too. This guy is annoying. That's something we could increase. Like, we can hit a lot of hits in succession, so this is potentially useful. Could consider using like lightning grease or something just to get the extra kick in or so. Problem is now that inventory management becomes a bit annoying. Maybe I should switch in the second phase to fire resist or so. Oh no, chat. That I can't go through this. Okay, this also. I'm not sure if I should. I guess I should wait with my thing to the second phase. So can I dodge this? First thing I'm curious about. There's some delay on this weird attack. Hoped he would do the other attack. Do the kick down the tree. Yes, he just ignores the tree. Timing on this is so weird. Don't know if you can roll through it. Do his long shot slow attack again. What else do I need? This here? Horse. Mojo of hitting. That hit me there. I'm not sure if I should fight on my horse or not. It's definitely a detail I'm not 100% sure about what might be better and when. The horse has the advantage that I can't get closer to him faster, but there's some situations where I can't iframe on the horse. What was that? I think it needs to explode. attack him from the horse side. Also get iframe. Okay, spell. I would like not fight him with a horse, but I can't be asked, to be honest. You know, this is so annoying. Consistent switching between pulling the horse here. What is going on? Can you give me the thing, man? Where's the sword? Holy moly, like there's so much fiddling around. Sorry for getting so angry sometimes, but man, like I always, like you have no idea how frustrating it is that this is easy when you have time, but when you consistently are running, doing this, and then you notice, oh, my weapon isn't, I'm not two-handing and so on, like it is so confusing, you have no idea. It's maybe, I of course could put my horse on a different button, but then I would have to do this here all the time, and didn't even use the grease. So yeah, it's... for the first I thought on both foots he would get this little damage. That was my first thought, and that would have been absolutely terrible if that would have been the case. But it seems like it is not the case, so I'll take it, I guess. But it was still a little bit annoying, I have to admit. I even... oh, that's the side of grace. I even thought I did something wrong or so. But... much can go wrong here, I hope. Holy moly. It's sometimes a bit annoying because all the stuff that happens there, that's just a lot of stuff happening on the screen. You have to consistently... that was fast. And then fiddling with the menu, like this is a lot of menu fiddling because, yeah, but without the horse, you have seen it. I ran to him, I hadn't even time to hit him once and he was rolling away again. That was a bit ridiculous. So I guess they definitely designed, I mean in most bosses fights you can't summon the horse. But I assume in this fight it is intended, the intended way of playing this guy. I wouldn't consider it cheesing, I only used it to close the gap. At the end, I couldn't get off my horse, because that was often the reason for me not getting a hit in. It was a little bit annoying, I have to admit. But, okay, we made it now. The fire giant is dead, I think. Let's check if we overlooked something here in this area. Can't tell you for sure. But man, at the end, I was so confused. Like, I just want to hit him. Then I noticed, okay, my fireball thing, communion thing is activated there. I can't do stuff with it. It's, yeah, really strange. But it can be really nerve-wracking when you just see, hey, why is not my sword not equipped? And then he says, oh, can't cast here. What? I've used this thing here too. Just curious what that would. And for the spells, we need an actual catalyst. Okay. Because yeah, I don't know. I feel a bit the switching between one-handed and two-handed functionality is a bit crippled. If that for me, like I feel a bit limited, considered how used I'm to just pressing one button, and that will be really hard. Like when I play Dark Souls next time, it will completely screw me over. This change. I don't have a better solution though, to be honest. Like they have the problem, they need this button here to jump. They need a dedicated jump button in this game. It's too much, as I call it, Super Mario in this game. You need a dedicated jump button, and since all other buttons are also really important, like you can't change the heal button. I think the heal button must be very easy in a fight, because just imagine you would have to press this and then heal also. That would be not working out at all. But it seems like we got everything. I don't see a other side of Grace. This is called the Fire Giant. This is his the boss side of Grace. It looks not that there are any items I missed here. But it was a bit infuriating, to say the least. But yeah, it worked. My worry was really that when I started focusing like on one foot, my fear was really that when I start hitting it, that it's simply that this guy doesn't care at all. There's like a bazillion HP, but you do like twice the damage on this one leg that is damaged leg, or I don't know what exactly. It looked a bit no, not full intact, let's put it that way. So we have our first step to 60. I know it says 60 and 65. Like how high do our stats go when I drink this? Like Dex goes to 75. So it gives us plus 10. That is kind of insane. Like I guess it's then not. Now we can maybe think about mixing something else, because there might be really diminishing returns on this. Like temporarily boosts max HP or restore HP over time. Boost the resistances further or something. And this dodge rolls for a time might be really interesting. The resulting concoction increases the effectiveness of dodge rolls for a certain duration. However, damage taken is also increased during the concoction's effect. Okay, there's also a downside to it. This is basically the what was it? Arthur's There's there are the two Casters rings in Dark Souls 2. It's basically that. Are they called Casters Blood Ring or so? Double check. But man, I was really horrified when I didn't even get him to even closest to second phase, when I just hit his leg for like half an hour and just noticed, okay, I do just, on the other leg I do just 200 damage or so. It's very, very little. Let me see how the ring was called. Caster's Blood Ring, yeah, and the other was the Caster's Milk Ring. That made you invisible, and the Blood Ring gave you more iframes, but you got 30% more damage. It was quite massive. This soup bowl, or whatever you want to call this, has seen better times, to be honest. Speaking of better times, we were sitting here. Couldn't we? Was there talk to Melina or something? Let me just see if we have a dialogue option here. No, we don't have one. Okay. So, look at this thing one more time. I guess we're going to at least burn it. I'm very curious what we will find behind that. Forge of the Giants. Okay, I have to admit, I expected a bit more than this year. Have two fishes. What do you call this? In this soup bowl, there's a bonfire. Oh. Gone halfway, I knew there was like a death zone. Cause we took the wrong. I thought we could maybe jump over this, but I was wrong. So we have to do this again. Oh. You can jump over this gap, but not over the other. How big is the other gap then? Didn't look that big. Comparison. Also, yeah, I don't know. I'm very curious about the explanation why the the Erd tree does not let us in. But there was a death zone, did you see this? I mean, this thing is massive, don't get me wrong, but... Also, why is there a side of grace here on this side? Of course, I also, like, I had a 50-50 chance exploring, and I decided for the wrong way. Okay, so here we might have a dialogue option or so. What are we supposed to do here? Like, this is just a giant soup bowl, and there's some leftovers in it. Aha, here we can talk. Okay, let me just... do the stuff here really quick. Rest. So what happens if we talk to Melina?
I have long observed the lands between. This world is in dire need of repair and death. Indiscriminate. Are you prepared to commit a cardinal sin?
I would like you to wait a moment. We did like a ton of stuff already. The only thing, we haven't found Brother Corbin or whatever his name was. I have no idea where he went.
Very well. Let my hand rest upon you for but a moment.
Okay. With her hands. He deactivated us. I did not try to go down there, to be honest.
O Erd tree, you shall burn. Burn for the sake of the new Lord. Thank you for guiding me here. The one who walks alongside Flame shall one day meet the road of destined death. Goodbye.
A tree aflame. Okay, here we are. We were already here at the section we couldn't continue. What is this place called? Can't call our horse. Why is it always tears? Nah. Other dragon. Smithing stone 8. That is the smithing stone stuff we need. Okay, this level has Crumbling Ferrum Azula. Crumbling is quite fitting. First I did it, why is it always sadness? Yeah. Time for Elden Ring. My friend wasn't always sacrificed. Yeah, maybe she said goodbye multiple times now. So what happened to Melina exactly? I assume she's now gone or so? It was closer than I would have liked it to be. Golden rune. Message. Try. Nice try. Good old Dark Souls 2 humor. I have to say, like, you definitely notice that this is a very big release, that a lot of people do these jokes. Good old bad ones and think they're incredibly funny. Here it says, place name. I want to go home. I have to say, it looks kind of cool. Oof, those enemies. Question, chat. Where's the side of grace? Like, you always feel... always feels better if you have one of those available. others are kind of busy with their stuff. I know there's loot behind me, I just want to have the side of grace. Gate. I would appreciate it. Hey! Like that was a backstep. There's no discussion. That was a backstep. Can we maybe backstep the enemy and not bring me into Devil's Kitchen? Is this an English word? Idiom? I don't know. But man, this almost killed me. Okay, so now we can try out stuff. First of all, what happens if you jump into this thing? I assume you simply die. It looks close, but I think it's not that close. Especially it's not even here in parallel, it's somewhere down here. I can't jump into it. Maybe it follows us a bit? Wasn't it closer last time? Looks so close, but it's just so big, and as a result I think it's close. Even though it's far away. It dies fast. $1,200 souls they give. Here we got the soul. Not much left on these things that they are trying to eat. Could this be a lift? Yeah, it's too far away. Without the horse you can't make it. Even though it looks really close. I'd really like to jump into this tornado. Kind of funny. We lost nothing, so it's definitely not worth it. I will do a short save state here. And just curious. Because there was one thing we didn't check out when we were last, when we were on this fire giant thing. Very curious. So my question is the following. Can you go down there? Or is this just insta-death? Okay, it's just insta-death. It's a death zone down there. Okay, that's all I wanted to know. Sadly, we now have an additional... I have to delete. This is the current thing there. Just very curious. But yeah, in case people wonder, you just die when you try to get down there. Maybe explains why there are no messages on the ground. Death phone. Almost 80k souls, that's bad. Curious what is going on here. Try ranged battle. Hanging my head, I don't know. Of these lightning dragons. Blade attack. Maybe a boss fight. That would be cool if that was a boss fight. Much damage I could never really hit it. It's definitely different compared to the other dragon. Moves too much though for our weapon. What is he doing? Can you stop moving? Like it's highly annoying. Like I hate not hitting my enemy 50 times in a row. I don't know how to hit this guy. See what I mean? After this is basically the giant fight, just more annoying again. We're running out of stuff to explode. What I mean with can I maybe hit you for a moment? We'll try, to be honest. Don't see what's going on, like I don't know where he can swing. I just want to hit him. But it's just, even though he's so massive, it's so difficult. What is going on? I don't see a thing. One foot. Have to go to the right foot, okay. Terrible fight. Like, it shouldn't be so difficult to hit an opponent. I know, I could try hit his head or so and stay in front of him. Maybe that's... the dragon is designed in a way that this works better. I don't know. But so far, I found this fight a tiny bit annoying, I have to admit. What am I doing there? Immediate style. This is the right foot. So many after effects, aftershock working. This is what I mean, like, can't stay in front of him because then I can't kill. That was... timing on this attack. So that is general a theme in this game. Went into the wrong direction, kind of 50-50 on that. Aftershocks are so annoying. Come on, that won't put it down. Have tail attack, I think. Boss. It's not even a boss, that's the worst part about this guy. He's not even a boss, but he's like, it takes forever to kill. Maybe it's hammer time. Maybe we should try the hammer, like have a weapon where the hit counts a bit more than this. Not sure if that really works, but oh, we have a barrack roar. That is an interesting constellation. Okay, we have to make some adjustments here. Like, I'm not sure if the hammer is a good adjustment or not. Well, the hammer scales with strength. Yes, scales with both stats. But yeah, I would like to make my hits count. Oh, nice. Aching, he writes. Crota, nice to see you. Hope you are doing well. And thank you for the sub, man. Much appreciated. Really awesome. Yeah, I'm just fighting this dragon that here will appear in a moment. There he is. I have to run past him. Because I need to get my souls back, which are basically the other side of the world. And yeah, it's a weird lightning dragon thing. Oh, that's bad. That was really bad. The problem is my souls are too far back. Like, I would like to have it. Like, we're in another situation. Annoying enemy. Souls too far away. I have 80k souls. I need 100. Maybe I should take the souls and be out or something like that. Like, I need to spend them. Like, I don't want to. It takes too much time up getting them back every time. Are we trying a new weapon? That's the damage to say. More than we had previously. I can't even get back to where I came from. Let's try it this way. Dragon is a bit annoying. The problem is I have a hard time hitting him, and his legs never stand still. The most damage you do at the head, I know that, but head is even more difficult to hit, and he has these weird attacks that have like these lightning things on the ground that always hit me when I try to be in head range, so that so far didn't really work. So I hope it still works, and I can now fast travel back to this place. And we can fast travel back to... just think. Forbidden Lands here. We need the forge, I think, right now. Go to the map. Click here and go to... where else? Also, a late game spoiler, I guess, now. Yeah, it looks a bit different than before. Yeah, the reason why I go here, here's a merchant directly at the side of Grace, the bonfire.
Goodbye.
Of course, if I would have checked what the amount of souls is that I need, that is, we need... wait a bit. 20... 30, 34k? Did I calculate this correctly? Probably not. 34k. we have a lot of these golden runes and stuff. That's how I like it. Strength 260. Okay. So now we have both main stats on 60. I like that.
Always.
And we just purchase throwing knives for rest. Else we could buy. No. Okay, so now I don't have to worry about 50k souls all the time. Now, what we will do is return to the crumbling base grave and try this dragon again. But let me get something to drink really quick. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Sorry for the delay. Now to Mr. Dragon. Let's hope that Mr. Hammer can convince him to not annoy us too much. The NATO is kind of close. Kidding me. would have been our end. Then maybe now hit. Real. Is it fire? Yes. How am I supposed to hit you when you just fly away? Oh, that will hit me hard. What a so far terrible pattern. Can you just let me maybe for a moment at least get close? The problem is I don't see what you are doing. Terrible. That's what I mean with these. What is he doing now? As you can see, it's really annoying. Just hitting him is annoying. Can you not do this? Like, let me just hit. Yeah, come on. We tried the Zweihander or something. Is it true that a pure strength build is not really good in Elden Ring? I don't know if it's true. I think there might be other builds that are stronger, but some also got nerfed already. Today was patch day. And the problem is maybe in Elden Ring, like I'm currently level 132, so I have a lot of points. I have 60 strength and 60 dexterity plus 5 through bonuses. And if I eat this flask that I'm currently having, we get even higher than this. Maybe I try the Zwei, because the Zwei is simply longer. Like, I hate not hitting my enemy. If I don't hit the enemy with this thing, then, yeah, the enemy's cheating. And yeah, you see it has a B scaling on both. Oh, now we have the weight problem. How do I solve the weight problem? Okay, that was easy. But yeah, I don't know if his strength build isn't really good. I think it's totally viable to play a strength build. I guess depends on what you do. Definitely enemies where I would say, yeah, it's probably not that good. But let him do his stuff, because I don't want to have anything to do with it. What's he doing now? This attack. Looks kind of cool. I think he does like a really big stuff now. Yes, he does. At least we hit him now a bit better. 300 damage, like almost 400. I don't have a battle cry now. It's a bit going at. Doing. I don't know what's going on sometimes. Oh. That was good, actually. Let me try this. Should we do more damage with it? What is this attack? This is too slow, I think, the weapon. It's really unfun to hit him. Like, I prefer enemies that are hittable. Like, my sword is 2 meters long. This guy is 50 meters big. Can somebody explain me how I just hit it? How did this not hit his hand? What is this attack again? Like, I fight the camera and his leg. This of course one-shots me. Oh, the clueless fangirl is here. What are you doing here? But welcome, very pleasant surprise. This is supposed to know it's a mini boss. Nice to see you. I hope you're doing well, Helen. Be awesome. Also, Kuda, how you're doing? Hope you're doing well too. Are you currently playing something? I don't know what to do against this enemy, to be honest. Like, this sword is long enough, but it's too slow. The right answer would be like a katana or so. Maybe we go to our main weapon. I don't know what to do against this enemy, to be honest. The problem is, it's really annoying to fight. Like, it's a very unfun fight. It looks cool. Visually, 10 out of 10. Mechanically, like, it's maybe a 4. I'm not a magic user. Of course, I could, in theory, change my skill. Maybe he does. Should be enough space in between to get here. Ouch. I think about getting the game. Well, I like it, to be honest. What's he doing? Fire. Did I use it? Yeah, I did use it, okay. But it's kind of difficult, I have to admit, especially if you're not used to these weird Souls games. Last time I get, but it doesn't do damage. What is he doing now? Okay, he just does good stuff. Fast weapon is not bad. I need to... No, it's not dead. I prefer smaller enemies, to be honest. Did I heal? It is head. Doesn't do too much. We really have damage, but I need to also hit. Okay, I didn't expect this. Does something with flying. Okay, I don't know what this was. I'm probably dead. No. Careful here. What's he doing now? Greedy. I mean, there are ways to make the difficulty of this game a bit more, let's say, easier. Oh, that could be death. I decided to go in the wrong direction. I'm full HP. What is he doing now? Okay, here we now do cool stuff. Let me hit you. I dodged the last hit. I think that was a heavy hit. I'm not sure about it. Doing now again. What's he doing now? Okay, positioning change. Usually he just goes with fire. Nope. Was lucky. Or too early, in my opinion. was almost lucky. Not sure about the timing here. What's he doing now? No. That. Oh wait. It was 3 hits away, dude. Could if you just let me heal there for a moment? I'd like to watch some playthroughs. Bow and arrow? That's too cheesy for me. The problem is, now we have to do everything again. It kind of worked, I have to admit. We got him almost to death, but then he did some pattern that is, yeah, it's unangenehm. That's exactly what it is. It's also a bit annoying, but at least I don't have to worry about my soul stuff. And I'm not sure if this would work. I might go with a lot of damage buffing. I forget that that it cancels out each other, right? What's he doing? I'm probably dead. No, I dodged it. I disagree with this hit. Game. Okay, what is he doing now? This attack's not that difficult to dodge, but I have to. Oh, for real. You're not coming in, you're not getting into the rhythm here. Can you stop attacking, dude? Just let me heal for a moment. It's this weird timing. Could kill me, like I lost so many resources already. I also forgot to. Yeah, he has a tail attack, which he rarely does for whatever reason. Okay. Let me use this. I don't know what to. I don't really how to. It's a bit annoying. The last fight should have been it. That's right. This is now a waste of time already. Any shock waves that come when he hits something. What's he doing now? And I think it's fire. Probably get hit again. I think the problem with this fight is, for me at least, how I approach it. I have to know what he's doing by just looking at his legs. I hate fights like these. Doesn't do damage. It's annoying because it wastes time. It's annoying and lightning. The problem is now if I get hit by certain hits, I'm dead already. So I don't have the play it may be risky. Here's something cool. Fire? That's the head. But the head he takes not that much more damage. Speaking of damage. Have to roll offensively. I think this can basically kill you by pushing you down the tail attack. Rare. Where is he? Healing thing left. What's he doing? Hey, forearms are inconsistent to hit, sadly. Like, sometimes they have no hitbox. It's a really weird fight. What's he doing now? think it's the sword attack. The head is range though. I think legs. I know where the legs are. So now we have the last. Probably won't kill him yet. What's he doing now? Potentially not bad. Are you serious? No. Dead. Doing. Oh, not that. He's just deep, but fine. Yeah. And I lost too many resources at the beginning. I lost too many resources there. And like, sometimes I need a moment to get into the rhythm, sometimes the pattern of the attacks is just so bad that, I don't know. I also did a mistake there because I'm not sure if he's weak to lightning or not. Let me try this for a moment. That was lucky and greedy. I did not know that he makes fire after that. Oh no, I'm probably that. Okay, dodged it. Wrong healing thing here. Rhythm problem again. What's he doing? This attack will often hit me with not too big of a problem. What's this attack? Could have run to the leg. Maybe you can cut off his forearms, and that would surprise me. Usually Dark Souls is really good with like indicators. You can maybe hit his head instead of... Yeah, I could try this, but when he does his swings with his arms, there's always these lightning aftershocks on the ground. And when I dodge this to stay in the range to hit his head, because his head is low at this point, I always get hit by the aftershock, and it's just too much of a hassle. I think the safest way and most reliable way for me to attack is definitely... Oh, that's stupid. Most reliable way for me to attack is definitely the feet of him. It also does not more damage on the head. All the other dragons get more damage when you attack their head. This guy here, for whatever reason, not. It's just so difficult. See, this is the aftershock, I mean. Like that, he basically has a trail. What's he doing now? Fire's not bad. It was just a metered... It was a weird hitbox, but I'll take it. Can't get in the rhythm, like... Just absolutely terrible. Now I'm not dead. I'm hit again. Like, come on, dude. Just let me heal and hit your leg for a moment. We have like 5,000 HP. What is this? Can't even lock in the camera, which is also annoying. I have to do a lot of camera work in addition. Second attack. Terrible. Like, the last attempt was so good. I did one mistake and instantly died. What is he doing? Flying up. Can you not do the thing with fire? Oh, that is so... That is bad. This is just bad luck. Going to walk the dog for a bit. Yeah, fun. See you in a moment. Probably will still be at this dude. Just annoying. Really, really annoying to fight. The last fight was like this too. I had like a giant to fight, and I only attacked his legs for like half an hour. Was kind of frustrating. I would really like to... a shield. Okay, so now it's like 3 different damage buffs. Yeah, it's like unfortunate terrain. Why does it not hit him? I was basically in his leg. Tail attack, I think. Fortunate. If you could just see what he's doing, then things would be easier to dodge. What is this attack again? For real. That is frustrating. This guy has just far too many HP. It's not fun. It's not a fun fight where you learn. Like, it's just, I don't know. It's a terrible fight in my opinion. Not well designed. It looks cool. If I could use my horse here, things would be easier, I think, because I could just escape certain attacks easier. But I can't use my horse here, so we have to live through that together. And yeah, it takes too long to kill him. Like, it's just, I have both stats, both my primary damage stats on 60, and I still do like 5.6 damage or something like that. Couldn't see the thing. Again. I can't even hit his head 2 times with his great sword, which is a pretty fast weapon. The camera manually and also a bit annoying. they do one mistake like this, and can easily kill you. Hello, can we maybe hit the leg? Does some stuff. One of these fights where the true boss of this fight is the camera. And the leg. That hit? And rolled back. Like, this is purely bad hand. Like, 3 flasks because I dodged one thing. Like, that was it. Come on, game. It's just getting ridiculous. What's he doing now for attack? Also would like to get away. I don't know. I don't see what's going on here. Pattern is just so terrible. Again, like, I healed a bit too late. I just lost, I don't know how many flasks. Just for trying to hit this. Can you maybe not move it all the way when I'm just... What is it now? Careful. Yeah. Awesome. I just want to point out that this is terrible game design. If you're a game designer, don't design bosses like this. It's insanely unfun to fight them. Like, I don't want to fight... Why make a boss that is visually opulent and impressive when I have to fight him like for 10 minutes hitting his leg? It just makes no sense. And then also add this insta-death component to it, which I have very little influence on. Let me start again. It's just so... like, it's really unfun, I have to admit. This is an insanely unfun boss. What's he doing there exactly? Sword attack? Of course it hits me, even though it didn't hit me, but whatever. Like, it can't react to this because... Get away from him. Because I just don't see it. Like, stuff like this is just annoying. Like, give me a... If I have to hit this guy 50 times, maybe allow me to... I don't know what's going even on. Where was he? Flies up, okay. He does this fly move again, I don't get it. I get blown off the roof again. And I was also... We would have gotten him a few tries ago. Here's the tail, we go direction tail. Usually a good idea. What's he doing now? Heal again, can't attack. No, he does... What does he do? What a strange attack. Didn't even hit him there. I guess it's always like this. Do one mistake. Should not have gotten hit there. Should not have. He should not have hit me there. I should have dodged that. I didn't. So we have to do all the fun stuff again. It's just highly infuriating. I would really like a cool boss fight to fight. Not this nonsense here. Maybe you can just skip him, but now I pumped too much time into this guy. And it's not that difficult. The difficulty is definitely the camera. The camera is the biggest problem in this boss fight. Hello. Can we maybe go to one-handing? Thank you. What's he doing now exactly? He just position switches, I think. I think the other foot is the better option. It's almost what best. Maybe get away a bit from this cliff there. That will be much, much appreciated. At least keep the place along a bit. How did I not get hit by that? Tension there, but he's too close to the cliff again. Need to get him back up here. Don't want to fall off the... Come on, can you stop the healing traps? Oh, come on, dude. Can I maybe just get away? Like, this only happened because I had to bring you away from this annoying cliff here. My stamina, I need to refill. Now? Okay, so we are away from the cliff, back to hitting Mr. Fox. Where on earth? Fire attack. I frame it. I don't have the timing for that. What is it now? grab again. What? And again. Thanks, game design. Can we also... The boss, like a good designed boss, in my opinion, in a situation like this, should guide the player back to the center of the arena so we can't fall off the cliff so easily. It's of course sometimes, but I always end up fighting close to this cliff in really unfortunate positions. Then you make one mistake and it's insta-death. And that is not fun in a fight that is this long. Like, this is highly frustrating. And I could kill this dude really fast if I could just hit him. It's just incredibly unfun as a result. And it's just going on my nerves. I just want to move on. Like, this is not that interesting. This is always a surprise attack. Like, this is always a surprise attack. He's behind me, he flies up, I don't know what's going on, I turn around, and this moment I see his hand swing in my face. And I can't lock him in, because locking enemies like this in is just absolutely pain. It's so unfun. So incredibly unfun. Like, why design a guy... Like, you especially place him here. I just fought an enemy like this. And it was also not that fun. At least he died a bit faster than this guy, but he has just far too many HP. I don't know what to do here. I just want to move on. It's not that fun to fight. And I like cool boss fights, not this nonsense. It's really absolute terrible, terrible fight. Terrible game design. And this attack here... switch. And then we just do one tiny mistake again. What's he doing now? Fire? Probably get hit by fire. Oh, I managed to roll out. Again, like, this is the same situation as before. Like, I turn around the camera and I see a hand hitting me. And we're very careful to not get blown off the roof, which is also a nonsensical attack. Huh? That is his arm. Why is he fighting here? What's the wrong leg? No, it's not. It's just a weird angle. It seems like you can hit him. How does this hit me? I was at your leg. Doing. see we're getting closer and closer to this. Let's see if we can... Okay, so what's the spotlight thing effect? Can we maybe move a bit back to this part of the arena? It would be much appreciated. Like, I need to even control the boss. Move him around. It's just... Then he is not even a boss. What is he up to now? And we are back to the cliff. But you get that I don't want to fight here. Dangerous. That's this nonsense. We are back up. Can we maybe move with him? Okay, might be good to fight here. What are you doing? Can we maybe not fight there in this annoying corner? Now he starts with this annoying fire? Like... Why do I have to do the crowd controlling? Okay, no war cries, man. What's he doing now? This fire. What are you doing? Can we stop that, please? Like, why are we always going there in this corner? Can we... This is massive place here. Can we fight? Maybe not at the... where you can fall off. Stupid bosses in this game. It's just so annoying. There's also... I think we got it now. Finally. Okay, at least the reward is really rewarding. Still not dead. I'm a bit disappointed. Yeah, it's just you make one mistake and you die. But he's now dead. He gave 32k something souls, and that's not even close to a level up for me right now. So, no mind. But he gave us basically the upgrade material to max out a weapon to plus 25. So the maximum upgrade stuff in the game. We managed it. We have some GGs in the chat. And yeah, and I've even 6 left, so around 14 heals. Nice, thank you. And now we can explore here, I hope, in a bit of peace and quiet. But it was really an annoying enemy, I have to say. There's also an item somewhere over there. Also this, I mean, this place looks kind of cool, but this particular section here was a bit annoying. And we also fought a dragon like this somewhere else. Okay, it's not really something we need, I think. Question is, should I teleport back? and just return with fresh HP. I think that would be smart. Okay, maybe not. I think we could have skipped him. But, yeah. I thought it would be faster killing him, but yeah, it really took quite some time. And quite a bit of death. Oh, manage it. So, can we change something here? I mean, we could go full damage mode. Maybe try this out for future things. But I should just keep in mind, oh, these dudes. What? Nobody heard that. It's also funny. In this game, all these patrolling people are just very bad at their job. Yeah, very bad when you can't dash back, my friend. I want to backstab him. I didn't, but maybe I wasn't close enough. What are these corpses here? Maybe it's this? Yeah, there's a similarity. I will look at the jaw, but maybe I'm wrong. Though the other skeleton part looks a bit bigger. I don't know. Don't ask me. So it's kind of a grave chamber. What is this called? Crumbling Beast Grave Steps. Sounds fun. But how comes that you asked about the strength build, Crota? Tell me more about that. Was somebody saying that strength builds are not really viable? Against this dude, I have to admit, maybe there is a problem, but I would say a lot of the enemies you can definitely kill with a strength build. I'll read on Reddit. Well, I mean, in Souls, who's that? Strength builds were always pretty strong. So it might be, yeah, it might be. I wouldn't say it's like I would say Dex bleeding is probably the, you know, he knows that I'm here. How did you know I was there? Maybe my torch gave it away, but I don't know. It was a meme where strength was OP in Dark Souls 1, viable in 3 and... okay. Yeah. Even in Dark Souls 2 it was pretty strong. Great Bolt, more Great Bolt. Oh, okay, it's just splitting them up because I have enough. What is this place here? At least these dudes die relatively fast. That's in of itself a good thing. Be wary of sorcery, therefore try rushing in. Sorcery? Yeah, it digressed through time. Ah, okay. There's some guy behind. You see how I finished him off with a throwing knife? Like that. Oh, there's loot down there. But I don't know. In this game, you get so many points that you reach the soft cap easily of strength, even though it's higher than in previous games. That's the side of grace. Oh. Wow, the damage of that is just kind of sick. Well, can we maybe run? Thank you. Yeah. This guy has to die, and now we can... Not bad. Okay, so now we can have a look here. We got the side of grace. Did you see how perfectly I timed it? Was pure luck, to be honest, but it was kind of cool that I framed everything while touching the side of grace. Oh, Ancient Dragon's Prayer Book. Now we learn new words in English. Let's see. Inventory. Prayer Book. Prayer Book of the Capital's Ancient Dragon Cult. A lost tome that never reached the lands between. Contains red lightning incantations. Can be given to a learned cleric to gain access to the following incantations. Ancient Dragon's Lightning Spear. Ancient Dragon's Lightning Strike. Sounds good. Like, there's a lot of cool spell stuff in this game, I have to admit. Like, that is really massive. So let me think for a moment. We didn't check this here. There was also this place here. Killed this guy. What is outside? Item. Rune 12. It looks kind of cool still. What does it say? Item to the right, something ahead. Take my upvote. That's a really cool thing that sometimes you get a message rate. And the message rate, if you can put down these messages, there are like templates of words you can select from. Can't type. And when you get somebody rates your message, I'm not sure if it has to be positive or negative, he gets healed a little bit. It's a pretty cool mechanic that's also in place, I think, since Dark Souls 2. Yeah, rating messages, it was possible since Demon Souls, but I think in Dark Souls 2 it also healed. There's also an elevator up there. Precious item ahead. Oh. Hero rune 2. Okay. Nice, nice. Easy to miss. I also think that this area might be absolutely massive. Like there. I assume this goes down. Would make the most sense. Let me double check the other side really quick. Because this looks like the actual way that where everything continues. Frame drops here, it's unfortunate. Okay, maybe. Oh, Sumberstone Mining Bell for very. We forgot to give the merchant the bell bearings. That's thing I forgot. Whatever, it's not that important right now. This is, I hope, just a fire gargoyle thing. There is a big dude with an axe. So a lot of unfortunate coincidences. Take a very short break. I need to go to the bathroom real quick. Be right back. I'm back. Sorry for the little pause here. There are two ways we could take. Okay, maybe we check the elevator first on the other side. I can't. Here's the side of grace, so maybe that is the actual way. It looks quite big. The area next to it. So maybe this is an optional path, or maybe this doesn't even work. That's also a possibility. The elevator doesn't work. It doesn't work. Goes down. Do we want to go down though? This looks like a boss arena or something, or a mini boss arena again. In other words, concentrated fun. Those weird beings. Speaking of inventory. Also, when you want to play this game, you really need to get, maybe if you've never played a Souls game, I don't know how it affects you, but this game is full of delayed timings. Like, the enemy hit, it never hits you directly. Stop spraying sausages around. By the way, this nebula this guy creates is insta-death when my bar gets up. Quite a bit of souls though. Oh, my question is though, what is this platform over there? It looks like you could reach it from here, but maybe I'm wrong. Close. Please not a dragon. Please not a dragon. Dragon. This is fire dragon. Without lightning nonsense. Looks like it. So far, no lightning nonsense. It's like almost 20 dragons. This is a very dangerous attack here. Chat. Oh, of course, I missed this one time. I was too close to this. Like I said, one mistake, dead. So we have another one of those things. We almost got him though first try. It was a pretty decent attempt, but he can blow off me this little platform there, so it's not that much fun fighting him. The problem is those guys here are back. We got the item already, which is cool I guess, but on the other side I'm not too keen on fighting the dragon again. Insta-death stuff, oof, just oof. Now the way is also a bit longer and deadlier. Dragon head, but no item ahead. Also dangerous attack. Dead. Blast. Forgot to switch blasts. Fortunate chat. Especially this fight is exactly the same as the other. The moveset is the same, he just lacks the lightning nonsense. Not sure, shall we do this later or not? Because it's highly unfun. Like, you do one mistake, you die. One little positioning mistake, you fall off the roof and instantly dead. It's just, oh, so bad. We get the item, so it's not really worth fighting him. I don't know, chat. Bit, pushed in two directions. We already started fighting him. Probably lose the souls at some point because we don't make this annoying jump here. Also some frame drop. Oh. Right. Wrong. That's the correct order. fear currently that he blows me off the roof quite shortly before now. Can try at least. Well, he didn't drop anything, so it wasn't really worth it. Be wary of dragon, thanks. Okay, so another dragon slain. These dragons don't give... Usually dragons drop dragon hearts, which we have 20 of. I'm not sure how many there are in the game. But we have 20, you can spend them to get spells. You have to eat them, basically. At this weird altar. Dragon communion or whatever it's called. So now we have to make all the jumps back. Here I already sense trouble. Can we make this jump? Can we make this jump? Sometimes this game feels like Super Mario, I have to admit, though. Let's do something really quick in the background. I don't really want to fight these big dudes. They're quite tanky and annoying at the same time. Oh boy, that's a lot of build-up already. Excuse me. Just passing by, nothing to see here. Move. Continue. Okay. Ladder. I like it. That's another item. Speaking of item, aren't we just climbing up to where we just were? Oh, it's a parallel thing. Can they climb up ladders? No. Good. That's too high to fall, I think, so I can't make the jump. We have this dude here. I would suggest we do... Oh, I did it the wrong way. Oh, whatever. On earth is this weird attack? You know what? I have throwing knives. Wow, stop that. When this black bar there is completely full, I'm dead. Instantly. It's the cursed thing of Dark Souls. We got... Offer comfort. And my question is, where do we go next? There's an item. There's a really big thing. What is this thing there? See that? If there could be a ladder up. We know there's an item somewhere down there, but I have no idea how to get to it. This jump here is just far too deadly, like the height is... Even for this game. No tarnished ahead. Okay, this is how you get up there. I see it now. There's a dog. Ow. Survives one heavy attack. Dogs in this game are terrifying. Did I see an item here? Here it is. 4 of them, not bad, but not really needed to go in this direction. Okay, there are some problems behind us, but I got this. Okay, this is basically the cure against this black bar. Of course, you would have to use it before it fills up. Crafting material-wise, this is pretty good though. Stones, you can go to the smith and upgrade your weapon. And we are close to maxing out this weapon here. Pretty awesome. Glove wards, pickers, bell bearings, 3. Okay, and just let them continue whatever they do there. As long as it stops spraying their weird puke at me. Vomit, whatever you call it in English. Let me guess. Hidden wall. Behold ruins. Not bad. Illusory wall. Often I say invisible walls, but that is technically not wrong because they are visible. And only become invisible after... Oh. That was definitely not worth it. Danger zone here. Okay, dude, I might have to kill you. I don't want to. Maybe you kill just me. That would also be an option, I think, I guess. Can you backstab those big dudes? I don't think so. But that is what I mean with delayed attacks. Like I said. Throwing knives. Always worse. Just one is just 40 souls, this guy gives like thousands, so... Totally worth it. Because I just want to explore this particular part here a bit more. No, it was not worth it. I thought maybe this is like a path. Because in the past I had so many weird paths you could actually go. But this seems to be a bit too narrow for even Elden Ring. Okay, so was this just an optional area? Let us consult our inventory and see what... We have 2 of those. Which means we can bring 2 weapons to 25. I think I never read this, right? Smithing stone made by polishing a golden gravel stone. A scale of an ancient dragon lord and hidden treasure of Farum Azula. That's where we are, the place. Strengthens armaments to plus 25, that's the maximum. The ancient dragon lord's seat is said to be the ancient dragon lord's seat is said to lie beyond time. This stone lightly twists time, allowing the creation of a weapon capable of slaying a god. Okay, sounds powerful. We have 7 of those now. Found in a polar region, it is semi-vitrified, though to have been used to hone the weapon of the champions of the war against the giants at the birth of the Earth Tree. I think this is enough to upgrade this sword to... what is it currently? 23. I think we could max the weapon. So if we find a bonfire again... I mean, I could just fast travel back. Is something here? Tarnished. We have a technical problem. Maybe this is the solution to it, though. I don't know how to get back. There is like an abyss in the way. But maybe... okay, this works. It seems like here we can go back. Checked out the cave there where the dog is in. I should have just fast traveled back, to be honest. So this is the optional area. Interesting. Quite big for an optional area, I have to admit. And I'm out of here. I should definitely have fast traveled. So we are back up here. We can maybe double check if we have overlooked something, but I don't think so. I'm not sure if you could have climbed up to these things there or not. Maybe. Still, I'm too lazy to go through this hall again, so I will just fast travel anyway. Might be a good opportunity to go back to the to our main thing and maybe bring a weapon to max a weapon. I'm not sure if I should max this weapon though, even though it's our main weapon, I know. But it's a relatively simple main weapon. Oh. I forgot about. I was not supposed to burn the tree, right? And now we have tree burning. Oh, she's there. That's never a good sign. Oh, we have also the I didn't read several things, right? We have the fire giant soul. The power of its namesake can be unlocked. No, we already read, it's always the same. The fire giant is a survivor of the war against the giants. Upon realizing the flames of their forges would never die, Queen Marika marked him with a curse. O trifling giant, mayest thou tend thy flame for eternity. So we can talk to her and she will... This is also 2 fingers.
You've done it, I see. What use do you have for me now? I am a finger reader. I will remain here until their dialogue ends and the fingers speak again. Do as you please. Take Whatever course seems most worthy to you, now you may go. You'd force this tired old crone to work, even now. Harder taskmaster have I never met.
Equipment of champions. So we have quite a lot of stuff. Veteran's helm. Nial. Forgot that I fought this guy. Also not that expensive. An old helm that has seen many battles worn by Nial, the veteran general of Sol. Nial was a lone survivor who commanded spirits to defend his long-past master. This aging general could not die, nor did he have anywhere to fade away. Text is pretty much the same. Just the old armor that has seen many battles. Same text. Same text. Okay. At least we got everything from here. Let's spend some souls. What weapons do we get? We got the Giant's Red Braid. Hefty whip woven from the flame red hair of a fire giant. Every giant is red of hair, and Radagon was said to have despised his own red locks. Perhaps that was a curse of their kind. Flame Dance. Imbue the red braid with the giant's flame and lash out in a wide range with a series of agile swings. Agile? Burn or Flame. Incantation. One of the incantations that draws directly from the power of the fire giants raises a series of flame pillars around the caster. Charging further increases the number of flame pillars. The fire giants borrowed from the power of a fell god, and still they were defeated. Yet their failure released them from their solitary curse to serve as keepers of the flame for eternity. So before I would spend any boss souls, we have to decide which stuff we want to get. We can only get one of those two things, because it costs always one of these remembrances. But there is a way to duplicate them in the game, but that is also limited.
Now, go forth. Do what you believe is right.
Okay, we got this part. Now we have to Roderica we could talk to. Usually she's not here.
Take a look around. The round table hold is burned, razed to the ground. Don't worry, I don't blame you. I'll continue spirit tuning just the same as before, which is why I need your help persuading Master Hugh to leave. His roots are so knotted in this place. He won't last much longer if he stays here. His shackles are broken. He's a free man now. It's high time he put the round table behind him.
So she can... There's these... it's almost like Pokemon basically. You have... Many kinds of enemies can be summoned to help you for some time as spirits. And we have all kinds of them. There's no costs. Interesting. And yeah, she can upgrade them so they become stronger. There's one that was just recently nerfed. Where is it? Oh, it's here. It's called a Mimic Tier. And this is... I don't use these in my playthrough, because I have enough self-hate in me to just play through the game without summons. But yeah, in case people want to play this and struggle a bit with the game, this is definitely one of the ways. Oh, she's gone now. Never did her quest though. I guess everyone is gone now here from this place. This door here. Door. What is with oh, she's still here.
In this ash, I can smell the ancient storm. It reminds me of my first hawk. In this ash, it reminds me of...
Okay, this door is still closed. We used all the stuff to get here. We only have the smith. And this place here. Very curious what this here might be. Oh no, he's dead. D spell bearing. Wind helm. Wind armor. Wind gauntlets. Wind greaves. Let's see what's going on here. He was cursed. Inventory. Let's see how do I pass this. Let's have a look at the armor. You can sort it by acquisition. You press down L3. Definitely a game changer knowing that. Interestingly, it's not shown on the bottom. You have to open the help menu that's mentioned that you can sort with this button. Armor depicting entwined twins of gold and silver. The two known as D are inseparable twins. They are... Okay, I didn't know that they were actually inseparable twins. They are of two bodies and two minds, but one single soul. Not once do they stand together. Not one word do they speak to one another. Perhaps this armor longs to find its way to the other D. Okay. Okay, so this door now opens. So far, not much is looking here. Yeah. Okay, his shackles are gone. That's good.
I knew you'd be back. Lay out your arms. Let's get smithing.
Okay, so we can upgrade this weapon to plus 24. And we can also bring this weapon to plus 25. It also gives us the achievement God-Slaying Armament. Let's say it's just upgrade any armament to its highest stage. That is what we just did. However, I just make this part because I'm still not sure about my weapon choice. I mean, I like this weapon. I'm got used to it, but it's a fairly standard weapon, and I'm not sure how many of these ancient dragon things we have. So just load a save state. And maybe we continue playing with weapon plus 24 for the time being. Oh, the corpse is gone if you reload. That's interesting.
I knew you'd be back. Lay out your arms.
So we bring it to plus 24. To be honest, it's 6 damage more. It's I wouldn't say it's not, no, it's a bit more than 6 damage. It's 5 damage plus 11, so 16 damage more. With each string. So for the time being, I would keep this weapon. Like, we have so many other cool weapons. Like, our weapon arsenal is massive. I wouldn't say I found every weapon in the game, but pretty close to, I think. At least in one playthrough. Why are you still making weapons? That is a good question.
Lay out your arms.
He has like the ability to duplicate some of the stuff here. We have 9 of those, so we could duplicate 9 things. Let's ask him why he's still doing stuff here.
Weren't you listening? As I've always said. Lay out your arms.
I'm not sure if they fixed this. Just want to make sure. There's a weird bug, or was a weird bug. I'm not sure if it's fixed. When you click on some of these dialogue options, sometimes you by accident skip the first line of dialogue. Because it's weirdly coded, I don't know. You hold down the button a bit, and then usually you can skip it or just click with the mouse.
Weren't you listening? As
It's
I've
not.
always said, you came to challenge the demigods and their god. To slay them. And as long as you do, I will always smith your weapons. It is what I wish. To smith a weapon for you to slay a god.
Well, he has definitely ambitions, I would say.
I see. You're here for some spirit tuning. Is that right? So Master Hugh won't listen to you either. You have my thanks regardless. I'll try and talk him round next time. I know he was given this great entreaty to craft a weapon which could slay a god. Though I can't help but think of it as a curse. A fearsome curse. Put on him by Queen Marika. And if that's the case, I'm not sure there's anything we can do.
Okay, so maybe Marika cursed him. Also, every time I hear the name, I have to think Marika. Maybe she's from the United States. So we have still this. There are more NPCs here. I'm not sure how happy they are to see me. Okay, this guy is still here doing his research, as always. I'll be curious what he thinks.
You burned the Earth Tree, didn't you? Then the Round Table is soon to follow. No need to fret about that. The Round Table holds serve to put a tarnish upon the throne of Elden Lord. And if the Earth Tree needed to burn for that to happen, then the Round Table must go as well.
Well, he has a good point.
I'll stay at the Round Table for a time. I must learn all that can be taken from this place, and sear it into my memory. How could I call myself the All-Knowing if I did any less? The pursuit of knowledge is without end, for knowledge is never a thing complete. Thus, I maintain the mantle of All-Knowing. Perhaps the same could be said of guidance. Who's to say whether we'll remain who we are, once the fight is finished? What do you think? As one who aspires to become Elden Lord.
So, some call him Lord Sauron or something like that. I find it kind of funny. Gideon of near the All-Knowing.
There are 4 more demigods yet to be located. Mikola of the Halig Tree, the Unalloyed, his twin, Melania, the undefeated swordswoman, Luna
very
Princess
tough boss.
Rani, daughter to Renala, and the one only known as the Lord of Blood. Rani is said to have cast aside her great rune. So here at the Hold, we seek the whereabouts of the remaining 3 shard bearers. If you should learn anything of these matters, I'll trade your findings for a hidden treasure or a long-lost right, known only to me. We both desire to stand as such. I hope.
We listen to this dialogue again. So we have 3 demigods left. We know we talked to Rani already. That's also a thing. We could even, like, there's a certain ending. We maybe could go for that. I think it has to do with the ending. Like, she has like a very important past, and she's very important in the story. The Lord of Blood, we had like a light encounter, but we did not get his rune, so I assume it was just a kind of not the full encounter yet. Yeah, Miquella and the other, the swordswoman, is, I heard, the toughest boss in the game. Basically, the Nameless King on steroids, or something like this. Now, I don't know if that's true, but pretty hidden boss. Though I think we have found what we have to do to get to her. We will also try to fight her. That will take a long time to defeat her, I think. Is at least what I would expect. So offer D spell bearing. Offer also the Somber Miner 2 and the Somber Miner bell bearing 4 and the offer Glovewort Picker spell bearing 3. Media. Not sure why he has a separate shop though, but yeah. Luvis, we have everything. D, we also bought his stuff already. This we also bought. Here now we have some new options. We have now these Somber Smithing Stones. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 and 8. And here still something is missing. Like, we need another bell bearing to get to buy 7 and 8. We can only buy everything to 6. Cracked crystals. Not sure what, yeah, we can that. And yeah, this is for upgrading your summons, your ashes, which we don't use, so I don't upgrade them. The rest we already bought. We could buy the last 4 rune arcs, then the rest we maybe... Like, I used a bunch of those, so I maybe buy the... Then we just buy this stuff and just spend the souls here. We can't really talk, but basically if you kill an NPC, you get his item called Bell Bearing, you can give it to her, and then the shop of that person, the stuff, if the person sold stuff, you can buy it now there. Okay, so these people here seem to be at least distantly happy with my stuff. That is good. I also, like, the new patch notes said there's another NPC called Dialos or something like that. And he was the last time I saw him here in this mansion. Could go there and check if he has like a new dialogue or something. We could also check if the woman is still eating the corpse. Some really strange stuff going on. Let me think, yeah. Yeah, she at least did not return here. This here to the left is a room. Yalos here? No, he's completely gone. But this... Oh yeah, here we can learn skills, but we have all her skills already. No clue where he could be. This door never opened, but I don't know why. But we also did this quest pretty strange. Yeah. Bad. Nobody here. Here we have Tannis is her name. Could visit her also, just because now the world changed. Maybe there's like new dialogue or so. No, she's still eating this corpse of this boss that we slew.
Oh, you. Allow me some time. Our lord's carcass is not easily consumed.
Hey, maybe leave you alone. Have a good one. Okay. So... very curious about this gold mask guy. He constantly stares at this tree. Oh. Buff us. How do we get a buff? The place where we couldn't... how we get up the bridge? Is there like a wind thing? Does not look like it. Okay, this might work. It's definitely a dude I missed. Like, I have no idea. Oh, there was the thing. He's gone now. It's unfortunate, to be honest. But I really tried. I could not make it really make it work. So we return to where we just were, right? And that is here. Maybe... oh, it's late already. Did you know that in Anno 1800 the museum, the zoo and the garden each can have up to 100 slots, but the garden only has 59 unique items, the zoo has 133 and the museum has 142? No, I did not know this. Are you currently playing Anno again, or how do you come to this? You can't possibly put every... ah, okay. Possible item of the zoo or museum in... yeah, okay, that makes... I mean, it's not... Is that bad? You have options and... yeah. At least you can have everything from the garden, it seems. So, crumbling beast grave. Tempest facing balcony. Yeah, so we did this section here down. Now we have to basically... look how massive this area still is. Yeah, that is true. It's really... strange that the other stuff has so much more in comparison. Also, it's getting really late, so I won't stream that long anymore. I just want to call my horse, but it's there. Oh, that's unfortunate, this death. I die in 2 hits. Who's exactly shooting at me? Stop that. That's just rude. Oh, these dudes are also coming back. That is I would describe it as a problem. Okay, can you also make this jump? Ouch. Uh-oh. It's annoying that they always come back. You have to hit them again. There's some cases they are also tied in addition to a character, and they just keep getting up again and again. No item ahead. Whoever is shooting at me, can he stop with that? That's just insanely unfriendly, my opinion. Uh-oh. And not expect a fire-breathing skeleton with tons of damage. That's another one. The damage of those guys is real and they're a bit more tanky. Like, without lungs, how are they exactly spraying fire? Just curious. Asking for a friend. That was a very... There was also an item below me. Ouch. That could have... Damage for 4. Was almost death again. Why not 2? Promise I can't backstab this guy. That's not... Who's shooting exactly at me? Oh, I forgot that... So close. I forgot that you have to kill them twice. I don't want those guys to get back up. They give a lot of souls though, but... Who is exactly shooting at me? There he is. That's nasty. Okay, we got another item. Missing stone 9. Thumber's missing stone for special weapons. Basically twinkling titanite. I'm not sure how you upgrade boss weapons though. Wow, almost ran into my death. Okay, it's not death though. But I didn't pay attention for a moment. The problem is, I would love to have this grace there. Okay, so I'm not sure if I can jump back up from here. The answer is no. I'm heading out. It was fun watching you. See you. Yeah, much appreciated. Happy that you were here. Have a good one. I also need to end the stream. It's too late. I need to go to bed. And we'll continue tomorrow. Because... Oh, the game crashed. Maybe a sign. You can see the bar is not moving. Yeah, we need to make some progress. I can't tell you how how far we'll get tomorrow. I guess we clear this section there, then we have the other, like we have to find the other section first. Okay, now the game crashed. So maybe that's a good cliffhanger. Though I would like to get my souls back really. Can I get my souls back from this side? Yeah, I can. I get my souls back really quick, so I don't have to do this tomorrow. Maybe I won't be raiding tomorrow. Oh, you did raid? Didn't that so? Didn't tell me that you raided. But thank you for the raid then. You also subbed, so that's again much appreciated. Oh, now I get it. You didn't stream. You did a raid yourself. In World of Warcraft. Ah, yeah. Now I get it. Like, terminology is too similar. Okay. Now, I really need to finish this game and so I can focus again more on my YouTube channel. Yeah, you sleep tight too. So let me just get my souls back. I hope. Like these game crashes are a bit annoying, I have to admit. But yeah, here they are. Sadly you can't get back up, but I could jump down there. Just out of curiosity. I think this is an optional WoW area. Oh, it's one of these dudes. They die fast. let's maybe check this optional stuff here really quick. Right. Survives. I glitched him though on the other side of the thingy. Hidden path ahead. Not bad. I would say though I go just a short stream today. Yeah, short stream. I just basically try to brute force through the game, not brute force. I play slow, but yeah, I have a really long stream, but I will end the stream soon. This is the item we saw from there. That's where we fought the annoying other dragon. Very of undead left. Okay, that he's right, but we all killed him, I think. Be wary of right. Be wary of left. Be wary of ambush. Message? Question mark. Item. Okay. Yeah, really a short stream, but tomorrow won't be, I think, any different, to be honest. Oh, this weird thing there changed my trajectory. Death. Yeah. That was almost death. Be wary of down. Thanks for the hint. Visions of revenge? Oh, I know who we get. That is the archer that shot arrows from above at us. But I think after this, yeah, I teleport back to the bonfire and then we call it a day. And then we continue tomorrow. Mm-hmm. He's still falling, I think. Revenge. Oh, revenge. Yeah. You thought you could trick me. Nice try. They're just hanging around there. But maybe they also wanted to ambush me. I think the latter might be true. Okay, here's a cool item though. Looks powerful. That was not really worth it for me because I don't use the ashes. So very of ambush. Thanks for placing it there. So you have to jump up to get it. Can you go down here? If so, where would you land? I think we got everything though. We got the ladder. If we could make the jump from here, it would be potentially very annoying to die here. This is just, yeah, another way back. I overlooked this item there. How did I do that, chat? Okay. That is triggering. Dragon Temple. Just passing by. Nothing to see here. I did not see this thing here though. Uh-oh. In combat? Are you kidding me? Now it works. Okay, so we teleport back to the Dragon Temple, and I think we got everything here. Forgot what the item was that we just got. Some arrows, right? Great golden arrow, something like that. Okay. So we got this part, and we continue here. This is Side of Grace, and this is a... There's already an item, so I like it. Let me just double check if something... Maybe-ish... No, you can just go there, okay. You don't have to do this weird trick jump. Yeah, so I would say... just don't look at the playtime here, it's just excessive. So people, I hope you enjoyed the stream today. We did actual progress. We progressed the story. The tree is now burning a bit. We have to look further into that, I guess. Not sure what with Melina happened. And I also don't know what this section here, what is the deal with it. But yeah, we had some annoying fights. There was one fight I got particularly angry about. Forgot what it was. Was it the hand? No. We killed a lot of dragons today. A lot of dragons. So I'm somewhat got used to the dragon fights. But yeah, really some pro. Was fun hopping in every so often. Yeah, it was really nice having you here. But yeah, it's always like getting really salty on stream. It's always something I want to avoid. But sometimes this game is just so frustrating for no apparent reason. And that's just, yeah, really triggering if you play this for such a long time and you think yourself, why not just remove this annoying component? But I have to say the patch definitely reduced frame stutter for me. Like, it runs a bit smoother, not perfectly, but definitely better than before, even though it's not mentioned in the patch notes, but it feels like it works. Also, that you accidentally skip the first line of dialogue seems to be fixed, which is good. We skipped a lot of... It took me a while to notice that this is a thing. I think in the release version of a game, you should not by accident skip the first line of a dialogue when you just confirm a choice or something like that. That's just unnecessary in my opinion. Is there anything else to say or stuff we noticed? I can't even remember why I got so angry earlier today. There's so much stuff we did. Let me just look into the stream really quick. The catacombs. They were just the same again. Oh, I remember, yeah. We fought several of those dudes. The tree avatars, or whatever they're called. Ad tree, or yeah, something like this. Ad tree avatars. And there was one fight where the developers decided, hey, instead of one, he can duplicate himself, and then you have to fight 1v2. And that is never fun, especially if the enemy is clearly not designed around the idea. Some stuff like this is really infuriating. Then you have to do it a few times, and then that was really unlucky. Really angry, but okay. Enough rambling already. Thank you people for watching. Thank you for the support. Shoutouts to Crota again for subbing. Much appreciated. We will continue tomorrow. I try to get up early and start streaming early again as today, and pump in as many hours as it takes to complete the game over the weekend. And then I'm free and will do Lord of Rings content again. But there's always stuff like this happening. So, but I didn't expect this game to be so long. Like, I'm really far over 100 hours in this game, and it feels like we slowly get slowly get into this to the end, but we will see. Won't be here tomorrow, props probably, but we'll be here on the weekend. Okay, very nice. Maybe we complete it tomorrow though. I don't know how much content there is left. I guess this swordswoman boss that is from the trailers and that is also in the collector's edition as a little figurine. I heard she is the toughest boss in the game, and I think we will... Yes, we will definitely try to fight her, and beat her. We will beat her, but depending on how it's designed, it could be infuriating. So, yeah, I hope it's a good fight, though. We will find it out. So I assume I won't complete it tomorrow, because there's still a lot of stuff to do. And yeah, I don't know. I will also plan a YouTube stream soon again on my channel, because I need to make content. I'm also working on some other content already in the background a bit, but as said, I'm a bit... This Elden Ring just delays everything currently a bit. Didn't expect to... I expected to play through this in like 7 to maybe 10 days. And now we are almost... I know, it's the 18th of March already here where I live. So I'm still not even through the game. It's just so massive. And if you just look at the uploads on the VOD archive channel, you definitely see I pumped in the hours into this game, like a lot of them. Really insane. Curious, yeah, I don't know. I hope people though enjoy Elden Ring for the time being, even though sometimes I complain a bit about it. But yeah, enough talking now. I wish you a fantastic rest of the day. Sleep well, or depending on what daytime you're watching this. If you're on YouTube, leave a like and maybe a comment. Always happy about feedback stuff, though I know nobody watches an 11-hour VOD on YouTube completely, but you could if you would want to. Have a good night, and see you people next time. Goodbye.